Call the meeting to order at 10:02. Agenda additions or approval. Is there any additions?
Just the one that we sent out yesterday, sorry.
7.1. Yeah. Okay.
I'll give you a motion for that, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
with the amendment.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
And that would be carried. Approval of the minutes, regular council meeting minutes from July 8th, 2026. Does anybody find any errors or omissions?
No, look good to me. I'll move that we accept the minutes.
Okay. Councillor Adam, call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
And that's carried. No public hearings or delegations today. Council request for information. I asked for this to be put on. It was rural water access. It was, why I asked for it to be put on was, I've had some calls on the water line that runs to Balf Roslin, which isn't in service yet. And, we'd had interest before for people to tie off of that line. So I came into the office and asked about the tie-in procedure, and it could follow the procedure where everybody phones in, does their application, similar to how we've had people tie off the line now when it comes to council. But being all off of that one system, I wanted to bring it to council to the fact that it is it should be more of a project basis. Is if there's a group of individuals that want to tie in, it should be done more as a project. It should be more cost effective, et cetera, to do that tie in. Because basically they'll be teeing in and putting curb stops it would be on the county or the municipal property or the government property, but at the edge of right along a fence line, basically, Andrew. Yeah. And then also on pricing, because when we first were going to put that line in, originally people had been asked about water lines up in that area, and the price was showing us, it was the same as everybody else. It was $10,000. No, it was 10 originally. Like when that first survey went out, that's years ago. Yes. And people showed their interest. Then when this line was going to be going in, and Councillor Gender and I talked to people, it was 15,000. Since that point, it's been raised to 20,000. I would like us to have the talk, because these people had been talked to at 15,000. There was no paperwork to be signed because there was no paperwork. And it is tie-ins directly off the line. And I would like to propose to council that if we go out and we talk to them and they sign their paper and we do it for 15, because that's what was stated to them, and get it done as a project, we should see the cost savings in place that would cover that $15,000 tie-in. And then we've covered off on what we've talked to. The phase 2 in Gadsby was very similar, and you start going back with different costs. And I'm sorry, but the look of the people is that we don't keep our word, to be quite honest. So that's a request. The decision does not have to be made at this point, because the water cannot go in until we do our line crossing. But I want to bring that information to council because I want to have that discussion. Councillor Stevens.
My question is, are these requests coming from within the county or further down the line in Camrose County?
We wouldn't address any from Camrose County. That has to be done through Camrose County. We can't supply water off this line to any other municipal people. This was all basically between Donalda and the county line to the north, but I don't believe there was any tie-ins north of Highway 53 requested as of this point. It was all basically off of 53.
There's one that's adjacent right off of 854, and then one that's about a mile off of 854 that expressed interest.
To the north?
Yeah.
Okay. That was ones I didn't talk to them. I'd have to.
They may have expressed interest back when we did our most recent survey, but they are on the list.
Okay. Councillor Hunter, are you still is your hand still up?
That's a new hand up.
A new hand up. Okay, we'll go Councillor Hunter and then back to Councillor Stevens.
I thought that was when I've been addressed about this too, yeah, from the Gadsby area, and I thought it was $10,000.
Well, the original was 10, as I stated.
Oh,
that was talked about when there was a general survey put out to all of
So
council.
not when these contracts,
No, and when this whole expansion to Shirley McClellan was coming to fruition, it was then we talked to people on that route to see about any people
Okay.
wanting to tie in, and at that point, the number was 15,000.
okay, I was understood that they were understood that it was 10.
Well, they were, but that was an original request for a general overall view. This was actually, we were gonna be having pipe in the ditch in front of their houses. It was
Okay,
kind
thank
of two
you.
different projects. Counselor Stevens?
My next question is this sort of a two-part decision? One is pricing, and the second one is whether or not we want to have a meeting with Camrose and discuss their residents tying in, because that isn't necessarily the same thing in my mind. I think it's two questions. Is that your understanding?
I was bringing it to the table as two totally different questions. Counselor Stevens, I wasn't looking at Camrose whatsoever at this point. It was our own ratepayers.
Just a little clarification. We can only sell water to municipalities. So we can,
The commission can only,
Yeah.
yeah.
so I think anybody north of our county
Which
line
is basically the river.
would have to go through the commission before, and they would have to, Camrose County would have to do something so that we could sell water to them and then they could sell it to their residents. So this is a commission issue. But the people that want to hook up within the county of Stettler, then this is a county issue because we can sell water as the county of Stettler to these people, so we're fine. We just need to know where, how, and how many, right? And the cost.
Counselor Nyberg?
So that was my question. How many requests are we talking? We got a dozen?
It would be 9 to a dozen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only question I guess that I would also have to second to that is, do we have somewhere verified that the request was made already? So let's say I'm new to the area. I haven't talked to you or Mr. Gender about this. How do we confirm that, I walk in and say, oh yeah, I talked to Mr. Gender, who's not here anymore. And he told me that I was going to get it for $10,000.
I would personally take a free day to the county of Stettler, drive to the people's places, knock on their doors, and have a piece of paper signed if it's actually what we're doing, James. And if it was somebody that had moved, if the person that had agreed to it 3 years ago wanted water, and there is one case like that.
Yeah, no, and that's where I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm just saying that if somebody had blatantly said, no, I don't want it, and told you guys no,
Yeah.
but now is saying, well, now I want it for 15,000. Do we treat them the same, or then let's not even worry about the fact that we're just going to make this offer at 15, not talk
And
about what happened in
at
the
the
past.
point it is, if we can do it as a project and it's all directly off the line, if people wanted it, I would think you would do it as part of that project.
And that's where I'm going, is that this is the decision that council is going to make, saying that anybody that comes off this line under this project would get it for 15,000, barring the fact that we're not putting it in at $25,000. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same, that regardless of the intent expressed, if we're justifying a lower rate based on we can get efficiencies in volume, we might as well just say, here's a brand new offer. If you're directly adjacent to the existing line that was just put in, then you can have it for 15 if you sign up now and it gets installed altogether. As soon as you're not part of that project,
It's
then
back to the.
we've lost
back-
our, at that point, we've lost our efficiencies.
I agree 100% with that. Counselor Nyberg?
And Mr. Chair, I agree 100% with that. And it does kind of go with our philosophy. What we had talked about earlier is those folks that want water that are maybe further off the line and are part of it, if they're willing to put more money in to get the water, it kind of goes with the philosophy that this is a service pay unit, right? So if it costs, let's say you're right next door to the line and it costs 15,000 to put it on, great. I'm a ways away and it's 60,000. If I'm willing to put in the extra 45,000 or whatever it is, I'm cool with that.
We still have to come, and I agree with that, but we have to come up to the table and to terms of agreement that if you agree to pay the 60 and it goes by someone else's
Yeah,
house.
no, and that's, we
And-
talked about that.
And
That's what I'm
we-
saying.
We have to sit down at a committee of the whole and come up with a method of how we can recover some of those costs for those people that took the risk at the.
And that's what I'm saying. It does go with our philosophy, so I'm cool with that.
Counselor Gano?
Yvette can help me here. That the subdivision to the north there that I inquired about earlier, those, what do we call that one?
Those are those subdivisions that Brian Lynn did.
Was it
Okay.
Google or is it?
The one further to the east, I
Yeah,
think.
it starts with a T, doesn't it?
Oh,
Trestle?
thank you.
Okay.
So those folks, interacted with a resident a few months ago, and they were going to go door to door and start pounding to see if they can get enough support.
There we have to run. How far is the pipe to there?
They're-
that's
they're
about
2 miles, I think.
Yeah.
or
2 miles of the line.
Yeah, we're.
They're aware of that.
This is direct tie-in, so.
And just the issue is there's one person at the very end of that has a phenomenal well. So
Okay.
there was, yeah,
So anyways.
figure
they're-
that one out when he comes
Yeah.
back to you.
I just wanted to make sure that others were aware that there was that interest at Trussell. Thank you.
Counselor Hunter?
Any of these requests, are the lines running by them, or do we have to run a lot of line?
No, this would be the line is running by them within.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Andrew, you had your hand up earlier. Did you
Oh,
get
no,
answered?
but Reeve acknowledged me when I was looking.
And Counselor Stevens has got his hand up. Did you have yours up too, Counselor Walker?
If these are all adjacent, then I'm fully supportive. I think we're even at 15 grand, if we could get a cluster of adjacent, we would be, if not at cost recovery, very close. So I would be supportive of all the adjacent requests.
Okay, you did put, Counselor Nyberg, you put a motion to the table? Or was that just your opinion?
Just an opinion, but I'm not sure what we're looking for a motion that we instruct administration to investigate a project for the tie-ins on the Balf Roslin Shirley McClellan line.
Sure, it would be section, what phase was that? Phase 7?
Say so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Phase,
Yeah.
yeah, phase 7.
Does that work for you, Michelle?
If I
CEO
may,
Custy?
Mr. Chairman, the last hookup we did, which was off the, would have originally been off of Phase 6, the line running to Roshan Sands, up by Buffalo Lake. The excess cost to run that water line, we put through on the, used to be the old federal gas tax grant that we've been stacking to look at doing Gadsby Phase 2. So we took a little bit out of that to pay to run the water line over and above what we got from the 2 hookups. We could do the same with this if council was interested, but the motion did say that the excess over the hookup fees did come out of that CCBF fund.
Counselor Stevens?
I understand that we're discussing using the previous rate that has been changed, but I do fear that if we go back to that, then we're going to have some disgruntled people, the ones that have paid 20, and B, no one in the future will ever want to pay the new rate. So I'm of mixed feelings what we should be charging. And part of what we originally discussed when we went up to 20 was we could potentially make a little bit off a direct connection and then pool that money towards ones that would cost us some to try and help balance it. So my concern is if we go back to 15, are we going to be at 15 forever because no one is ever going to want to pay the new rate?
Counselor Walker?
What about on the Henry Kruger side? I got 7 people in my area that want to tie into that, right?
And it's lined to be ran too, though,
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor Walker, yeah.
Yeah, well, one's just to me, it's just half a mile.
Yeah.
Or
And
2.5 miles.
And if there's one that's a half a mile, that would come more to the table to fit into what Councillor Nyberg talked about earlier. But we have to look at these as projects and put them together as project funding, which I've been working with the Environment and Transportation, trying through Shirley McClellan, through RMA and through the county, trying to come up with different methods of this funding, because it comes to what's transmission lines and distribution lines. Shirley McClellan is deemed as distribution lines, or transmission lines, I should say, and it is eligible for funding. Distribution lines aren't, even though you can run a distribution line for the one north of Gadsby runs 9 miles,
Oh,
and there's many services coming off of that, but they still call it distribution. Councillor Dreesen has nodded his head, saying that he understands where it is. When PFRA was in the picture, PFRA through the Alberta government or through the Canadian government would work with municipalities to put lines in, but they haven't been here for years. I did mention to Minister Dreesen's staff that maybe our next option would be how could we skin this a different way? Could we have areas set up co-ops? And would there be a different funding opportunity if they set up water co-ops? I'm familiar with that. I'd set one up originally when we put the Gadsby Water Co-op in, which has become part of the County of Stettler Water. And so all these projects, you start adding line. I know we've got groups of 7. We've got also Buffalo Sands. Like, we've got a lot of projects on the table, but it all takes in the one that Councillor Gano come up. These people here, though, to go back to what Councillor Stevens had said, I took 15,000 from this council table when I went and talked to those people. And when I sat at people's kitchen tables and told them 15,000, that's why I'm defending the 15,000 in this case. If somebody has not decided to tie in and then wants to tie in, or on a go forward, if we're talking to people, if the line's running past and we say the tie-in cost is 20, that's what it is. But Councillor Gender and I talked to these individuals at 15,000. And I was questioned at one point, was there paperwork there? We didn't have paperwork because the other project was going, but we was asked, would you tie in? And people said yes, they would tie in. So that's what was presented at their table. Councillor Stevens.
And what you're describing about Gadsby Phase 2 makes a ton of sense to me. That was what was agreed upon. So my question to you would be, where's the line? Because I don't think that you and Ernie ever went out in the Denelda area, did you?
Yes, we did.
I know. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did.
I was
Prior to any pipe even being, the bid even being put out on the other one, it was acceptance to put the bid out, but we wanted to see the interest to know how we could get more water to residents.
okay. I was unaware of that. I knew that you guys had went out in the Gadsby area, and I remember Ernie going out in the some of the subdivisions that Al was referencing. Jewel, I think, was another one. But yeah, I was just wondering what areas are going to be at a lower rate because they were previously discussed, I guess.
That was an area, and that came back from, I think the residents was Fred Barr that brought those. We may have even had a letter come back to us on that. If not, it was an email that it had been 10,000 and now we were saying 15 and now we were saying 20, and we kind of it was on Facebook about how the county kept changing their mind on these costs, and you'd tell somebody a cost and then keep moving it. So, Councillor Gano.
So the next step is committee of whole. We'll have a discussion. Is that?
Well, we can have a discussion there. We can, there's a motion to get council to get administration to investigate tie-ins.
Yeah, I think it would be important for me to understand who you sat with. And
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing
No.
with you, but I think that would be important as I'll call it, I think Councillor Stevens said line in the sand, so we know. I think that would be important information for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make Councillor Hunter.
So do we have a list of these people?
Yeah, there's a list of the people.
Okay. Now, James's motion is to basically table this and just do more research into it.
No, it's to have the administration it's basically what Mr. Gano was asking for. Administration will bring back a list of people and the cost that it would cost us to put these in, and then we can make a decision from there.
I am not going to anybody's table though and saying 20 and it's not 20, and I'm not going to anybody's table and saying it's 15 a game. I'm sorry, when I go and talk to somebody and tell them a number,
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm a little bit out here. I thought this conversation, we should be making a motion on, are we gonna stand by our word and hold
Yeah,
it at 15 or not? And I just, me more open to making that motion that we just stick to the 15, vote on that.
and if we need to bring a list back to committee of the whole, we certainly can.
So, Mr. Chair, in your defense and Ernie's defense, it's been 2 years almost.
Mhm.
I don't know about anybody else here, but the price of my fuel, the price of cost of everything has gone up. So in your guys' defense, when you guys were there, you were in good faith saying that this was going to cost us X. And to Mr. Hunter's, Councillor Hunter's request, if this comes in at $27,000 each one to hook up, I may not be down on that. At that point, this doesn't become a service fee for service anymore. This becomes back to where Mr. Councillor Stevens was talking about. I'd be really pissed if I paid $25,000 or $20,000 for a hookup, and all of a sudden these folks are going to pay 15 for a product that actually costs the county 27,000. That's all I'm asking for, is to make sure that we're not off board or offside in a huge way.
And on that same sense, the pipeline was ran a year ago, and people don't know that the railroad crossings were not done. They've seen the pipeline, they've seen the disruption in front of their properties. Nothing has happened, Councillor Nyberg. So, Janet? or Councillor Adams?
I was going to say that, at what point does that verbal number stay in play? Because if they're going to hold on to that 15 grand for 10, 15 years and then come back to you, like at what point does that number go stale? I mean, a lot of people feel that the county gouges people, but at the same time, we do need to have a cost recovery in order to put these lines in. So if we've promised them that and everything else has gone up, then, where do we draw that line?
Andrew?
I was just gonna add, this entire problem is a chicken and egg situation, right? Because we have always tried to focus our projects where there's interest. We have to find out where there's interest, and interest won't be expressed if they don't know what the price is gonna be. So, and it's not worked out well in the past. We have some that actually signed, full contract documents speculatively back when we said you got to fully sign up to express interest. That would basically be, and we are committed to the $10,000 rate. And they've been waiting 15 years because there hasn't been enough interest to bring a line by their place. We don't go to that extreme with our process anymore. We go to just a collection of interest. However, it is still predicated on the situation that they're in when they express the interest. And
See, that's different when you kind of have an open date. But when I was selling cars, it was a matter of this deal is stale after 2 weeks type thing. And it's just sort of a matter of principle of how, because otherwise you could be someone come in 3 years later for this deal that's clearly not going to happen.
Well, I wasn't a used car salesman sitting at their tables. This was neighbors and ratepayers of the county of Stettler who I was sitting at their tables with, and the line was going to be running the following year. So kind of what was laid on the table was that it would be within a year they would be tied in. CEO Cassidy and then Councillor Hunter.
So in the past, I think I'd be very safe at saying that almost every hookup we've done in the county of Stettler, if there were costs exceeding the hookup charge, we were taking them out of the grant. So it was a net zero to the county of Stettler. We had the hookup fee, then any overruns we were taking out of the federal gas tax CCBF fund. I mean, we we have been piggybacking those funds. They're sitting in deferred revenue. They're quite substantial. But every time we tap into them to do a hookup, we are taking away from hopefully having enough to go and finish the next project that council deems that we go with, either Gadsby Phase 2, Buy More, or somewhere else. So, but to date, I feel very confident in saying that almost every hookup that we've done, if we had to backfill it, came from the CCBF funding.
But the 15,000 for a meter vault and the tie-in was within line, even that when we took it to 20,000, because we did cost comparisons. So it's not that you're asking for major additional funding, and especially if it can be done as a project, that's the whole key thing. Is if it's done as one-ofs, and you have to demob for every one, but if they're moving just up the line and doing tie-in after tie-in, it's you get your cost in numbers. Councillor Nyberg, or Councillor Hunter, and then Councillor Nyberg.
To react to Councillor Nyberg's comment, which I agree with, but if you would have signed your papers out and they signed these contracts, would we be honoring them?
100% we would. We'd have to.
Okay, so
Well, we've got some that were signed at 10, so we're going to honor them
I think we have to. That's part of the
from
deal.
the years. Okay, well, I'll ask every one of the individuals that signed the one at 10 for their copies, because we don't seem to have them here.
Well, we do have a record of, I think it's just, we're down to 3 residents who have signed into paperwork at the 10 that haven't been able to.
For that segment of line. Or
No,
three
not
people?
nowhere
Yeah.
near this segment.
Yeah.
Line. No,
Because I did bring one off that line in that had to sign paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the only ratepayer in my area that wants and needs water did sign in at the 10,000. So,
Yeah. And
when we did the cost out, it was a couple $100,000 plus we had to tie into the Stettler facility. So anyhow,
was I done?
Mr. Clark was talking, so I thought you were. I am sorry, Councillor Hunter.
You'd ask the question, Councillor Hunter. If you have another question, please ask.
Well, he just kind of stepped in, but it's okay. But that was my question. If we had signed contracts, basically, like, and I agree with you, James, that, cost, everything's went up. But I mean, our word should be our word. And I think just because we didn't have the paperwork, I personally would honor them as much as I do agree with you.
I will renew the list to administration, but if we are going to go to the step that the other people that have happened to move or whatever, if they did want water now at that same one, that would be the additional people that said no to it would have to be talked to. But as I said, I was questioned on it, and I said, I'm not saying another thing about water unless there's a piece of paper to be signed if my council won't stand to what we agreed to at a table. So that's where, and I have passion for water. I've been off this water system for 30 years, chairman of a co-op. I know the importance of water at people's gates. That's where I'm at.
So I was just going to clarify historically what we've done with signing people up is back in the beginning, we gave them a contract that said, when it's available, you shall hook up. You didn't have a choice to back out at that point, right? That's a 2-party agreement. Then we moved more because, of course, we had a bunch of people that said, well, when's it going to be here? And we couldn't answer that question. So we moved to an expression of interest, which no longer binds them to sign up pursuant to the terms. But it was a bit of formal paperwork for us to say, all right, we'll put the pin on the map, and that's where we're going. And then more recently, even than that, we've done more generalized surveys that said, if you consider water, put your name on the map so that when we see a cluster, we can say, okay, here's a project. Let's go out and talk to those people and get more advanced paperwork signed. So there's sort of a few levels we've done over the years. We've gotten just based on the way people want to operate. Most people don't want to buy a product that's not there yet.
There is the one issue with that though too, Andrew, is how many years, like that would have been 2009, was it?
for some of them.
Yeah, 2009. So there's been a lot of deaths, a lot of sales, a lot of other pieces in between. So is that transferable with property? How does that work?
Yeah, if their obligation only exists if we registered a KVA.
Yeah. So that's the one piece with that when you start talking almost 20 years old.
Mhm.
Like we're 18 years. Councillor Nyberg.
So, Councilor Hunter, you're done, I take it. So at the end of the day, to Reeve Clark, I think part of where maybe some of that issue was is all of council should have been aware who you talked to. And where that disconnect happened, I don't know and I don't care. I think you're on the right track here as far as
We talked at a committee of the whole, Councillor Nyberg. Councillor Gender and I brought it back to.
I know, but there was no names attached to it, is what I'm saying.
Well, there was a map.
There was a map, but no names. So we can look at that. And like I said, I'm not,
Have you looked at a county map lately?
Mr. Clark, yes, I have. Thank you very much.
There's
So-
names
so
attached to it.
just bear with me, please. What I'm saying here is I don't disagree with you. This fits with our philosophy. If a project comes forward and it makes economic sense, we have done it. And I agree with you. If you have requests now, this goes forward. If the $15,000 makes sense and that's what we talked about, I think that's where we go with this. I don't have. In fact, if there's somebody new in this project scheme, I think we can give to them the discount that it is, because it's not costing us that at that point, right? The only time that we should be as concerned is when it becomes as a cost to the county ratepayer that's not benefiting from the project. If this comes in and we can do all these hookups for under 15 grand, that's a bonus for everybody. And if we get more, I like your idea of having the opportunity to have this done as a project base. That being said, if, again, there's the three of us, you, Councillor Hunter, and myself, I say, yeah, I'm in. And then when it comes down to it, no, I don't want it. There has to be some repercussions from that. We have to sign into a solid contract that says, yes, you're taking this, and yes, you're going to pay X when we make it happen. Because if there isn't all in, then it becomes, how the cost can change.
I certainly do, but on that, to sign in, I do believe in that, but there was at no time where we offered a paper at that point. It was interest, and would people pay the 15,000? We even took the financing charges out there.
That's, and I agree with you. That's the difference I'm saying we should change this time.
Yeah, and it
It's
should-
solid. If you're going to
it is
sit
solid,
down,
yeah.
Mr. Clark,
As
you're-
project.
this is, and I don't even know if it needs to be you. This can be done by staff. It has to be a solid done commitment, right? And that's the difference between, we're ready to go now. The project's there.
Well, yeah, we are and we aren't, because people are asking when and if they can tie into the water. And are you honoring the 15 or is it the 20 that you're?
Yeah. No, and that's, I'm with you on that. That's why I'm saying this time we have it. We might have been a little early last time. That's all.
Okay. So we'll have a list come forward, and then at committee of the whole, or where do we take this forward?
This comes back to another.
Council meeting? Okay. Councillor Adam and then Councillor or CEO Cassidy.
I was gonna, my thing is, if the person has turned down the number, not that the project wasn't there, but they turned down that I don't want the water, and now they want it, doesn't matter if it's the same landowner or whatever, then that number should not be valid to them. If they said, yeah, I want it, but we're saying, hold on here, we're not ready for the project to go in your area, I can see abiding by a number you gave them. That's two very different things. They might still have that 10 grand in their head, but they said, no, I don't want it. So that means that offer is null and void. We are now looking at a new offer.
Okay, well, it was the 15 and the 20 based on what we talked.
Yeah,
the
but I'm
last
just
time, but yeah.
putting that out there.
CEO Cassidy?
Well, I think we need to, if this area is now settled, I think we need to reopen the discussion maybe at a committee of the whole, because we do have guys that did sign paperwork that signed up for 10.
Yeah.
They need to be dealt with. We also have promises along the proposed Gatsby 2 expansion, which,
And we also have promises along the Gatsby 3 proposed expansion where the individuals paid their tie-in fee.
Yeah.
And that has got to be 15 to 18 years ago now and still do not have water in their yard.
right. So we have that. And we also, I'm thinking that subdivision that Councillor Gano was talking about, we've had some guys that did expressions of interest up there.
Buffalo Sands,
No,
Yeah,
Trestle
and that
Estates.
Trestle
I know,
Estates.
but Buffalo Sands
Yeah,
is also.
and that would have been the, at the $10,000. So I think we need to have further discussion on this.
Would Trestle Estates been the 10 or 12.5, or it's been,
No, they would have been at the 10.
Oh,
I've been,
Trestle's at 15. When
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay. I
yeah,
thought they
we
were
have to
outside.
pull back on that because I've been in here, it was 12.5, then it was 15. Then it was debated heavily and it went to 20. So it's kind of has moved it's moved as with time, but I mean, it's not to the people, if people didn't commit. It's when you sit down and talk to somebody and say, this is what it's going to cost, that's where I feel it crosses the line.
Yeah, I also think that Councillor Adams does have a point, because when we did phase 1 of Gatsby, we had lots of guys that said, no, I don't need it. I got a
Then
great
jumped in.
well. And then all of a sudden the line's in front of their house and they're in here signing up. And that happens so often when we put a line in. So if those people refused it at the time that it was first offered and then want to sign on, then maybe council should consider at what cost that would be.
But the end result is that if we have a County of Stettler water system, our goal should be to get that water as many people as we can in this most cost-effective manner as we can. Okay, so do we need a motion to bring it back to another council meeting or committee of the whole of that, or what?
Motion.
You have
There's
a
been a
motion.
motion on the table.
Yeah, the only
Does that accept what we're talking about now then?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only clarification I have on that motion is the override, the overruns. Would they be taken out of the CCBF fund like the other ones were?
So that motion is just to bring back information.
Okay.
So at which point, once we have that, like,
That could
you might be
even-
jumping the gun a bit. We may not need to have overruns on this one. If we have enough tie-ins and we get a good price to do the tie-ins, it may not be a case, right? And I think you're basing that off of $15,000 fee, right, Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
So when administration brings that back, whether to a committee of the whole or to a council meeting, we can make the determination at that point and say, okay, yeah, we're good to go. If we need to fund some overruns, then we do. If we decide not to, we'll make that decision at the time. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
Okay, carried. If hopefully the rest of the agenda is timing is better than what I thought I would be so for. New business.
Funny that it's an item that doesn't even have any backup to it.
Yeah. Well, that's probably the reason we talk about them so much, is every time we talk about water, we don't seem to have the backup. New business, 7.1, request for decision approval of the 2026-2029 strategic plan, page 12 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're just looking to formalize the strategic plan that you were presented at the last committee of the whole meeting. Don't know if you have any questions or concerns. Nikki, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, nothing I need to add.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Councilor Gano?
So once it's approved, we post it on our website. It's available.
Yes.
And there's also some discussion about having a one-page kind of,
Summary?
yes, and that's coming as well.
We could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we have it.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. That was all I had.
Okay.
If not,
Any other questions on the strat plan?
I'll move that we accept strat plan as presented.
Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That's carried. 7.2, request for decision, policy 5.3, emergency management training policy, page 30 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you doing this one?
Yeah, this is just another one you saw. It whole. I don't believe you guys had any changes to this one at Cal, so it hasn't changed.
Counselor Dano,
I'll move that we accept the emergency management training policy as presented.
okay. Any questions? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Request for decision policy PS 5.5 commercial vehicle carrier dispute resolution, page 37 of the package.
This one's similar. You saw it at Cal, and you didn't make any substantive changes. The only changes we've reflected here is adding the cover sheet for making it more standardized with our policy manual, but the actual dispute resolution process is still as you reviewed and approved.
I'll move staff recommendation 1.
Thank you, Counselor Stevens. Any questions, concerns on it? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That would be carried. Request for decision tax forgiveness due to hardship event is,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Counselor Stevens, did you want to present this one or do you want me to?
that's page 41 of our package.
I can, I guess. So we had another resident in the county that lost his house due to a fire. We dealt with one of these earlier this year. I think it would have been early spring sort of thing. And what the request was to prorate his tax assessment based on when he lost it in the year, so that he would pay taxes.
We're losing you there.
Is on the assessed value of
Counselor
the
Stevens,
residents
you went
after the fires.
you went blank there, so you might have to repeat a few words. And it was kind of you left off. We'd had an earlier one, and it was you were asking if it could be prorated.
Okay, so we did have an earlier request similar in the Nevis area. Essentially, the request was to forgive the portion of the taxes after the fire, so that his assessed value would not of the residents would not be taxed for the remainder of the year post fire. I think it's a reasonable request, and we've done it before.
Okay. What would what kind of proration numbers would we be looking at, and when?
So Andrew did a great table for you guys, because I was trying to make it a little clearer than the last one we did. So basically, we don't usually forgive the taxes on the land because you're using the land all year round, but we do forgive the taxes on the improvements. So we've got it calculated up to July 24th because the fire was on July 25th, that we would be forgiving $735.05. Just to mention, this a member of our community is also a volunteer firefighter. And he was, Councillor Hunter can probably say more. It was in his area, and it was a total loss right down to the holiday trailer.
Counselor Adam, and then Counselor Hunter.
I am in favor of this. So I know that Hunter has something to say, but I do move that we that the County of Stettler forgives the portion of the 2026 tax levy for the amount of $735.08 for the 2026 taxes.
Counselor Hunter. That was what.
Thank you. I thought it was
crazy.
But I thought I said all the right numbers.
Okay. Counselor Stevens, did you have your hand up? Okay.
No.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? And that would be
In
carried.
favor.
Mr. Chairman, would council want to consider this being ingrained in policy and brought back? Our regional manager of fire services indicated that in other municipalities, they do have policies that blanket this but other municipalities do continue to bring it back. You do have the ability to, your authority to forgive taxes. You can do it generally with respect to a particular type of property, which would be a property that, a residential property which experienced a fire. Or you can have it brought back in case there are unique, not do a policy and bring it back every time in case there are unique considerations.
Counselor Nyberg and then Counselor Stevens.
So, Mr. Chair, I was thinking we could do policy too, but then I thought because of the tax forgiveness, I don't know, can we do a blanket for tax forgiveness policy?
You can, because you can forgive taxes generally, not just with respect to a single building. So,
Okay. And I think a good policy makes good governance. You heard me say it 100 times. So I'd be down with that. I just wasn't sure if we could actually do that because with tax forgiveness, it seemed to me that it was, it would still always come back to council though, correct? Depending on how the
idea
policy
of
is.
putting it in policy the idea would be so that it wouldn't have to come back to council. So if you want it to come to council, the policy is superfluous.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to look at a policy for sure.
Counselor Stevens and Counselor Hunter.
I'm in favor of the blanket policy for residential. I would still like to treat commercial as sort of one-offs if that does happen in the future. But I would like to be aware of when this is initiated. So if staff could add it as part of our policy where we got an update, say in the monthly CAO's report, if it was ever initiated, then we're aware of it happening. And then it could happen in the background automatically through staff. So I'm in favor of that.
Counselor Hunter.
How many are we talking a year on average?
Before
I
this
mean-
year,
You want good luck or bad luck?
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Before this year, it's rare.
Well, and I guess that's my point. That's where I don't want to make a policy. I'd sooner just deal with it. 1 or 2 a year. I think it's, we'd do a better job of just approaching this individual basis and not having a blanket policy that could bite us someday. That's just my opinion.
And I see the reasoning for a blanket policy, but on the other sense, I see it as a fact too, that it's maybe something that should be looked at, because also if individuals haven't paid for the fire service, do you want to credit back taxes when next thing you're going to have to probably do is put on their taxes to collect for fees that they haven't paid because of insurance through their fire? So that's one of my concerns on it, is I don't want it to become that convoluted that we give a tax relief and then we're charging taxes. Not saying any of the cases we've had that's been an issue, but it just into the future, it possibly could be.
If we have a situation where people don't have insurance, we have in the past brought forward a forgiveness of the firefighting fees because they don't have insurance. But if they do have insurance, we try to work with them.
I'd like to see a draft policy with some of these concerns incorporated if can be. Thank you.
Counselor Stevens.
I'll make a motion. I'm gonna separate out the tax forgiveness from the firefighting forgiveness for their cost of the fire response. If we do run into a situation where we're discussing forgiving some penalties for the firefighting costs, I would like that to come back to council. I don't think that should be a blanket policy, but I'll move to instruct administration to bring back a fire tax forgiveness policy to a future meeting.
That's clear enough. Okay. Any other questions? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
In favor.
Okay, opposed is Counselor Hunter. Carried. Uh, 7.5, request for decision, advertisement of intent to establish a regional services commission. Page 43 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know Andrew's worked really hard, so it's all yours.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are at the point now where we're ready to move forward with the resolutions from each municipality to establish the commission. But the the prerequisite to that is that we advertise for 2 weeks first. It's not a petitionable advertisement, so we don't have to wait the additional 60 days after the advertising. It's simply a notice to the public. Our municipal partners are considering the same resolution at their meetings today and into next week. And I believe the summer villages may be the week after. So that's, yeah, this is the next step. This allows us to make sure everybody's on board, because the next motion you make after this advertising is done has to name each member and has to name each director and has to name the chair. So I need all of the villages to agree so that all 5 of our motions have the details of all 5 municipalities straight. So this helps in establishing those prerequisites.
Councillor Gano?
I'd like to make motion that council direct administration to advertise a notice of a motion to establish a regional services commission pursuant to part 15.1 of the MGA for the purpose of forming the Heartland Regional Fire Commission.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
Councillor Hunter, were you in favor, carried? Just being sure. Okay, 7.6, we're gonna wait till Mr. Craig Teal's in the room. 7.7, request for decision, intersection paving, Stuart Wynn Road and Township 38-2, page 52 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to let Andy start with this. We're going to tag team you on this a little bit, but Andy can
Is
start.
it that tough to get through?
I hope not.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Reeve Clark, members of council. Today, administration is presenting an RFD on hot mix asphalt paving of the intersection 3 approach legs at the intersection of Stuart Wynn Road and 38-2. Administration is providing recommendation that council approve applying a hot mix asphaltic concrete pavement at the intersection and 3 approach legs as mentioned. The intersection is a key arterial route within the county's transportation network, serving both industry and the general public. Currently, the north leg of the intersection is paved. By paving the intersection, there will be reduced burden in operation section by limiting the level of maintenance required moving forward, should it be paved. I guess with that, is there any questions from council?
Any questions?
So
CEO Cassidy?
a little background. This area became very apparent, I guess that's the right word, when we were getting all the rain. And when I drove it, it's been bad, but it's been causing us grief for a long time. Andy got a great deal working with Border Petroleum, who has done some paving in Gatsby and also some paving at IPL. Wanted to move forward on it, but didn't want to, of course, couldn't do it without your authorization. And Border Paving agreed to come back and do it without charging us an additional MOPE charge. So we are getting a great deal. I also talked to the LGFF operations. That is the grant that we use for our gravel program. I'm not looking at preliminary numbers with Krista. We're not going to be using all of it. So I presented this project to them and they said, yes, it fit the criteria and they would approve it. If you pass this also gives me the authority to proceed with the grant, and it pays 100%.
Councillor Gano?
Just a question about LGFF. So we have I'll call it a reserve or amount, and then you apply to get the 160. Is that how it works?
Right. So it's based on a formula population, and I sat on that committee. I fought really hard for kilometers of roads because population doesn't really work for rural. And so we get assigned a certain amount based on provincial incomes. And so we usually know a couple years ahead what that amount will be. And so we always sit at around $2 million, a little less, a little more, just however it shakes out. So every year we apply based on what we're going to do in the gravel program, how many roads we're going to gravel, how much crushing we're going to do. And then any leftovers, we try to throw some other projects in on top of it. Examples was the Gadsby paving, the paving out at Erskine, or not paving, but the application of the 250 in Erskine, Fifth Avenue, which by the way is very nice if you get a chance to stop by and see it. Also, we were just doing the approach into IPL Tank Farm, and 19.5, where we did the microabrasion for dust control and to bind the road, which is working out very well for us. So this would be another project that we would add on to that kind of miscellaneous pavement. This is one of the busiest roads we have in the county of Stettler, especially with the industrial traffic. I think it would be on par or maybe a little behind with the traffic that's going into G3, but very close. We are also, I think, building a great relationship with IPL. When we originally paved this road, way back when, they did help us with the costs, and then when we put an overlay on it in 2007, we did that ourselves, but they have expressed interest in working with us again, because we did have to ban it this year because it was deteriorating, and they weren't very happy about it because they want to bring full loads into the tank farm. With the Resource Road grant now being funded a little higher than it was before, this would be the perfect project, I think, where we could work with IPL, the county, and the government to maybe be able to put an overlay on this road with 50-cent dollars out of the province, 25 for the county, and 25 from IPL.
Thank you.
Counselor Nyberg?
So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd make the motion that the County of Stettler number 6, council approve the hot mix asphalt paving of the intersection and 3 approaches legs at Stewart Wynn Road and Township 382 with an estimated cost of $160 to be funded through the LGFFF provincial grant.
Counselor Walker? Okay. Was there no other, Counselor Hunter dropped his question, so. If there's no other questions, I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried.
Thank you.
If I may, Chair, I do have a question that came up during the CEO's explanation. That oiling at Erskine, did we make sure that that was signed and banned prior to harvest, just to make sure that the colony was not going to be taking overweight traffic down that road?
Yeah, I know it's scheduled to be signed. I'm not 100% sure if the signs are up, but I have drove the road twice and it's done exactly what we wanted it to do. But I'm a huge fan of that 250. I think it does a great job. Next best thing would be pavement.
Counselor Nyberg?
I'm just wondering if the area councillor was going to go talk to the colony in my area if they were willing to do that.
If I may, Mr. Reeve.
Yes.
So operations staff, we have been in contact and discussions with the adjacent property owner and alerted them to the work that was going to be done there and the maintenance and the request that it will be banned and that we'll be working together to make sure that it's maintained and holds up. So
They have a number of accesses to
Yeah, to that- to
further
that
down
line.
the highway and
The next road. Okay.
I have no problem going and talking to the colony, but I would tweak your request a little bit if you're fine with it. Because discussions have already taken place with Public Works, if I'm gonna go, I think it would make more sense if Greg and I went jointly.
Mr. Stevens, I think it's already been covered. You're off the hook, but thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
7.8, request for decision, disposition of used equipment, page 54 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Greg, did you want to take this?
yeah, thank you, CAO Cassidy. So council, today before you, you have disposition of used equipment. Since the County of Stettler received the 2 new road plow trucks and sanders, they replaced the units 368 and 372. Those units are no longer required at the County of Stettler, and were listed in the budget for 2026 to be disposed of once we received our new units. Not knowing the exact value that these will go for, depending on the auction, we thought it best that we bring it to council and ensure that council's still willing to dispose of these capital assets through this program.
Counselor Hunter?
How do we sell these?
So they're going by auction,
Like whose auction or what?
Premier Auction.
Okay, Premier?
So they will be conducting their online auction September 29th. It's a
Okay.
timed auction, and they'll be advertised and circulated through all their avenues. And basically, they do have outlets nationwide.
I'll make a motion that we do staff recommendation 1.
Okay. Or Counselor
I had one
Jones?
question.
Mhm.
Hours approximately? No?
Oh, I would
curious.
have to get back and look at the
Okay, that's,
kilometers and hours, what we've got. Yeah.
that's fine.
And I did have one question just to make sure that the cabs and chassis couldn't be used for something else, like as we go forward, you know, I know it'd be tandems, but even as, you know, buying new spray trucks versus
Yeah.
or something to repurpose.
So with these trucks, both were used extensively throughout our fleet. Previously, early in their history, they were used both in the gravel program as well as plow and sanding trucks. Anytime that it's not a secret. Anytime that you utilize a vehicle for plowing and sanding, no matter how well you clean and take care of it, corrosiveness does take its effect. These trucks are seeing issues with corrosion throughout the body, the wiring, the frame. So there is issues and concerns there. And I'd say that their best value is to be liquidated, and we move forward.
Counselor Hunter, and are you, Counselor Walker? Okay.
Just a question for Greg. The new product, the chip product for dust control, are we using the new trucks for gonna spread that with that?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay, so we wouldn't use these for that at all?
No.
Okay,
no.
no.
Just quickly, if I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Hunter. So we did complete a test run with our new trucks and the product. And so we were able to utilize the variable speed and the distance coverage. And so we were able to utilize that truck and work it out quite well, the new vehicles for that application.
Counselor Adam?
I was looking at the package here and reading it up, and I do know when they get to end of life for what we can use them for, this is our best option for any recovery. So I would move.
Oh, we've got a motion on the
We
table.
do? Okay.
Motion number 1 is on the
Yeah. So I agree with that. Yep.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the table. I'll call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. And if I may, I'll just add to this. Premier Auctions donates back 1% of their sale price on these items. They donate that back to the County of Stettler for us to donate basically to a charitable group of our choice. So once we have that dollar value back and we know what it is, we'll be bringing it to council for council's decision as to where we'd like to direct those funds.
That's good. Like that auction is national, but on the same sense, it's based out of Alex, isn't it?
We have a yard in Alex as well. There's a yard in Strathmore, and they have another one up north, and they are national, and they are actually working with another auction company that puts them North American wide. So.
Okay.
Did we make a decision on where we would have them?
Once I have that dollar value back, I'll
Okay.
bring it to council and they can.
Okay. Well, so that's more information than,
Yep.
yeah. Okay. 710, request for decision support for SDAA IV pump purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is one that Councillor Stevens wants to present.
This came up in a previous ambulance meeting. The request was brought forward by one of our staff members. We have a verbal commitment from the Health Foundation to cover a third of the cost of these IV pumps, which is great, and I always appreciate their input. But it would take 2/3 being municipally funded, and I had proposed at our ambulance meeting that if we go the municipal funding level, that it be split proportional amongst all 6 member municipalities. And each one of the motion that was made at the ambulance board was each one of the reps would take it back to their individual councils and have a decision for the September meeting, ambulance meeting. I'm supportive of this. I think it's a good initiative, but it also has the benefit that any products, training should be covered by EHS in the future. Whatever we have in place at the time of negotiations, which we haven't started, EHS should cover in the future. So I foresee this as a one-time input and not a lifetime expenditure. So for that reason, I'm supportive that we would cover our proportional amount.
Councillor Adam?
I to further with Councillor Stephen, in our discussion, part of the negotiations is whatever level of service we have for that group will be continued. If we try to add it later, it's above what we have agreed on. So if we're going to enter into it, now is the time to do it. And it assists our ambulance. It's better for the patients in mind. It's overall a very transferable, and he and I agreed with the staff of the ambulance.
Okay, any other questions or motion? Councillor Walker?
So 5 areas, so it'll be like $6,000 a piece then, is that what you're saying?
There's a
There's a
formula.
spreadsheet there.
Oh, yeah, I seen that too.
It's using the Stettler waste requisition formula.
Based on population.
Right.
If I can,
Yes.
the Stettler waste we always call it the Stettler waste formula because that's the only place we actively use it. But it is in the Stettler District Ambulance Agreement as well, and it's population, but with a consideration of seasonal homes for the summer villages. So there's a slight modifier to them where they take the dwellings and divide it by 2 and assign a single population to each seasonal dwelling.
I'm sorry, I did read that last night. I just,
Councillor Dano?
Just so I understand, is Councillor Adam and Councillor Stevens in support of number 1, where we fund up to 9601?
Councillor Stevens is pushing numbers.
I actually have the old agenda without the addition in front of me, but those numbers do sound correct.
Okay, I'll make the motion that the County of Stettler number 6 fund up to 9601 from our Rural Development Fund to support the Stettler District Ambulance Association's request to purchase 3 IV pumps for a total of $31,000 plus GST. Contingent upon, I'll go through it, I guess, funding being provided equitably by other member municipalities of the Stettler District Ambulance Association in accordance with the allocation formula as defined in the Stettler District Ambulance Association 4th Amended Agreement, and funding being provided by the Stettler Health Foundation and or the community fundraising effort to cover the balance.
Any questions, concerns? Councillor Hunter?
Actually, one good comment, I really like how this population factor between the town and counties works on this. I wish we could use that in different areas.
Good. Okay, and any other questions? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That's carried.
To Mr. Hunter, yeah, that is the plan.
Okay. Can we go into our agenda items now, like fire update, et cetera, Andrew? Okay. Number 9, agenda items, 9.1, fire update.
So at the August 12th County of Stettler Council meeting, County Council approved advertising intent for the resolution. That's what we just did. Being a little facetious is, that's the big part of the update is that we're all moving forward on that. Responses, I don't want to jinx it, but responses have been going very well for all stations. We're seeing really good attendance at calls and practices. And I think we've got a couple, they've been participating in public engagement as well throughout the county through the parades. I believe they'll be out at the airport with the Flying Club on the September long weekend. And then wrapping up in Erskine with us at the final parade. We are also making steps towards the new quality management plan, the joint quality management plan for our safety codes designation. Previously, under the old scheme, we had the 6 municipalities, including the town, with the town as the managing partner of our quality management plan. The town is working on establishing their own and withdrawing from this one. And we're working with safety codes to see if we can, if they will allow us to utilize the existing one until Heartland is formed. Otherwise, we have to do a bunch of work twice, and we're trying to avoid that. So I think those are the highlights of what's going on in fire.
I did see a clip too where they were doing the practice with the staged accidents and victims and everything. It looked pretty interesting. I thought it looked
And
like great training.
The last thing I forgot, and just Councillor Stevens raising his hand made me think of it, is the Sea-Doos are in the marina now, ready to deploy. The keys are still kept locally because we need our trained personnel going there, and we don't want anyone going out alone. So that'll save the launching time of the Sea-Doos, which is excellent. We were graciously had 2 donors provide those slips to us. And I believe they've been acknowledged on our Facebook page, and I'm forgetting the names of one of them, so I won't say the other. But I think Nikki has it posted online.
Okay. Councillor Stevens and then Councillor Nyberg. Oh, you, okay.
My question was around the brats. Do we have an update on what the ETA is on those?
Yeah, we're still on target for our fall fire season. Is my hope that we'll have them deployed. I have always said that is still an optimistic hope. These are never quick, and for the chassis, the factory in Quebec that does them shuts down for 3 weeks in the summer, and ours did not get out before then. They are out now. They're in Red Deer. They're getting the final touches on it, but our ultimate hope is toward the end of this month, we would have them in hand and get them into service very quickly once we've got possession of them.
Councillor Gano?
We have advertising for a new employee. How's the status of that?
So we closed that competition on Friday. For applications, we received 31 applications in total. We are now going through those. It's quite a lot to go through, which is great. That's a great response. Better than we expected and better than we've seen in the past. So we'll be setting up interviews here within the next couple of weeks and getting them going as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, if I can get accept for information. Oh, Councillor Nyberg accepts for information. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. 9.2 memo, Range Road 19-3, page 64 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, did you want to speak to this one?
Thank you, CAO Cassidy. So council had directed staff to, after the delegation had attended the council meeting, review the information that was provided and offer some response to some of that information for council to review. Currently, at this point in time, we do have direction from council as to how to proceed on Range Road 19-3. This information that I've submitted here today was for council's review and to have discussion on, and then move from that point forward. If there's any questions specifically to my responses in this memo, I can speak to them now. Or if there's any further questions that council has, I can discuss them.
Okay. Counselor Stevens has his hand up.
My first question is, if we go with dust control, are we agreed that we're looking at our fall application? We've missed the early application window at this point, so our costs would go down in that event. Is that what everyone else thinks is appropriate, since we're a few weeks away from when we'd be doing our fall application anyway?
If I may, Mr. Reeve, I'll just speak to that. So yeah, basically where we're at right now is depending on the direction that council gives to staff, if the direction is to move forward with dust reduction and product application, it would be a one application. We would be moving forward to try to do it as soon as possible, but it would be one application that would basically commit and complete for the year.
Counselor Gano.
Part of what's in this report talks about removing the fines. And if we chose to do that, how deep do you expect that to be, and how do we ensure that the base is not damaged?
So basically right now, this depth is variable throughout the road surface as to, the product that's on the surface at this point in time. Removal of that product would initially be just, we utilize our grater blades and windrow, and just follow the product as we went along, likely taking a couple of passes to ensure that we're not going down too deep. And then separating it from our base surface so that we wouldn't be interrupting it and causing any damage.
Do you have a sense of how deep that might be? I know that's it.
I don't have I can't give you a volume, just based on the fact that, as I said, it's variable throughout that entire length, and that road, there's 1.5 miles of road on that surface.
So if I understand correctly, the operator would take many passes to make sure that the fines are removed without damaging the
Yeah,
bases.
and I mean, we'd make multiple passes to ensure that we were following the contour of that product that we wanted to remove, as well as right now the road surface is, with the extended period of hot, dry weather that we've had and the added maintenance, it is pretty tough. So we would make those passes to ensure that we weren't breaking it up and getting into the base.
Thank you. For council, as you've heard from me before, I'm concerned about more of the same. And I think that's where we landed as of late, and that's the current direction. But it still concerns me that we don't appear to be making a movement to change what we've always done. Thank you.
Counselor Hunter.
I just drove that again day before yesterday, I think. And I thought the counties had the road in good shape. Like, normal gravel run would be 2 or 3, you got 200 ton per mile. Is that normal, or is that high, low?
Are we like re-graveling, or are we cleaning and fresh gravel?
What's your normal spread? Like, you have to go
So on a normal like gravel road surface, so let's say we have an 8-meter top surface, we're going to be running probably close to, if we're in a rotation, 200.
Okay. So I was kind of looking at a little lighter than that, maybe a 150.
Mhm.
And do we have to put dust control like this year? Like, can we just leave it?
That's at the discretion and direction of
Okay,
the council.
I guess that's my recommendation, is maybe stay on top of the grading a little more. Try a 150 spread, and unless it's bad, but I would stay away from dust control completely.
Counselor Nyberg.
I'm not a road expert by any means, so I don't want to comment on whether we put gravel on or don't put gravel on. But what I'll say is that I don't think we've got a lot of complaints about dust control, and albeit the rain has helped considerably. That being said, and to Councillor Gano's comment earlier about trying something differently, that's the only thing that we haven't tried is not doing dust control. It seems to me, what I've seen in the past, again, not being the expert, but from observations that I have heard, seen, and experienced out there, we do put the dust control on, and that's when it gets greasier than snot out there, and it seems to have an issue. So to say that we're not trying something differently, I think by not trying dust control, that might be something different. Again, I mean, this would be probably the first time that I think that we've ever stripped off the surface of a road in the county, other than when we've done rebuilds, maybe, I don't know. So I'm not 100% sure if that's something that makes a lot of sense to me either. It seems like a lot of effort to change something that seems to be working really well right now. Again, weather conditions are set that have done fairly well. We've got a lot of moisture, and I don't think we've got a lot of feedback that it's been that terrible as far as this year. And I think a lot of it's coming from early in the season and earlier in the last year. So I think part of that is the road maintenance that we are doing. I think one of the other changes, Mr. Gano, that we've done is we've changed grader beats. Unfortunately, when it comes to government, what you find is it's a big ship and it takes a long time for anything to turn around. And those roads are the same way. You won't see an immediate benefit from our grading situation till maybe even a year from now. And I will say the Liberal Road, we did the road tour. Mr. Clark and Mr. Stevens can attest to this. We used to get multiple problems on the Liberal Road. I think this year has been, considering the amount of moisture we got, has been pretty good. I don't think we've got a whole pile. So that's one of the things that I use to gauge. Like I said, I'm not a road expert, but what I use to gauge is the ratepayer concern line and see who's getting what complaints coming in. And to the county's credit, I think we've solved a lot of those problems. We're not there yet 100%. Some pop up without being there or without being noticed, and then we fix them again. But it does take time to make that change. So I think we have to give the opportunity for some of this stuff to work. And that one that I'm saying that should work is, I'm agreeing with Councillor Hunter, the extra grading. And we got that from our grader expert, right? He said, you want to fix the roads, put the grader on them more often. So,
Councillor Gano, and then Councillor Stevens.
Yeah. When we started this discussion months ago, there was a recommendation from staff that those fines be removed. And we've gone away from that. And that's more so what I was talking about, no change. The amount of effort that the ratepayers have put into coming and talking to us, and maybe the calls have stopped for Yvette, I'm not sure, but there have been calls to me and Yvette. They may not show up on the ratepayer request. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
I'm very leery about peeling anything off the road. And my question to staff is, it's my understanding that there's multiple different products that have been used over the years, an oil-based product, as well as previously a soil cement. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my concern is to get all of the road off that has been treated. We are going down a long ways and we are going to start losing that compaction. My preference would be that we build up. Leave what's there as a hard base. Now, I understand the recommendations likely came from our supplier of our dust abatement product, and that is oil and water don't mix. That makes sense. If we have an oil-treated road, we're not going to get the absorption rate of this MG30, I think is what we're using. That makes sense to me. But if we're talking about taking 3 inches off so that we can get that road surface removed, why don't we just pack it in and add 3 inches of gravel and have the same thing without losing any of our compaction or base? I always prefer to build up rather than to dig into our roads.
CAO Costi?
If I could just make a comment. One of the roads that we have done, which I think would be familiar to all council, where we did scrape off quite a bit of the top layers would be the Bar Harbor Road. And Facebook went wild because, we scraped off gravel and left it in the ditch. Well, it was mostly fines and it was stuff that we couldn't get to compact very well or harden up. And I would say now that if you drive the Bar Harbor Road, it's surviving, a lot of these big rainstorms and is holding up really well. So there is a little bit of value, I think, in, maybe getting rid of some stuff that it's just like garbage product and won't work with, what we're trying to accomplish.
Councillor Hunter?
That Bar Harbor though, that was major rebuild, wasn't it?
We just pulled it in because it was too
But-
wide. You can
Yeah,
probably
and then-
comment.
But you brought in
And re-gravelled
rock
it
and-
several times with a better quality product.
And then eventually went
Yeah.
right through to 1.5 inch packed in,
Yeah.
and then 3/4 on top. Yeah.
Another comment would be that new product for dust control. We haven't tried it or anything, but if we had to, on 19.3, if we had to put any dust control, would that be advantageous to try that there or not?
We would have the opportunity to utilize it if at a later date
Yeah.
we wanted to. That product we can purchase at any point in time, pick it up at our own leisure with our own forces, and truck it to site and spread it on top.
It'd be interesting how that would work. But anyways, I'd like to make a motion that we do the 150 spread, leave the road alone, and probably pay more attention, like grade it more often, and no dust control at this time.
There's a motion on the table. Councillor Stevens?
Would if we're gonna go with that motion, would we have to rescind our previous one?
Yes, we would. Yes, we would have to rescind our previous motion. This would
We've already rescinded the one where we were going to spend the money.
strip it off.
Yeah, to scrape it off, and then we have another motion saying we're just gonna go with the 2 applications of the MG30, if I'm correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So if that's what you want, then no, you don't have to rescind the motion.
I just want to put an example on the table too. I don't know if anybody, had painted with oil-based paints on their walls in their house. And, it's a nice surface. It's a great surface. And then when you go to paint with latex over top, see how that works. And see that your paint comes through your latex and that it doesn't stick properly. So sometimes that surface needs to be removed. Sometimes we need to, like we're sitting here as if some are saying we're not experts on roads and other ones are saying, or we're saying like we are. But on the same sense, we've had recommendations from suppliers. We've had recommendations from staff. This is a very busy road. This is a very controversial road. The costs that came forward on it, the only thing is I would have liked to have seen a bit closer accuracy on how much surface we'd have to take off. But to take that off, and as we discussed earlier, to make sure that that is being hauled as fill or something to some place that we're not stockpiling, that we're not handling this stuff 2 or 3 times to add additional cost to the product we're taking off, and putting gravel on. And when I say clean gravel, that could be looked at as being, it's rock, it comes out of the ground, but it is clean gravel. It hasn't been treated yet. It hasn't been had any dust control put on it yet. It doesn't have the mud of some of the gravel and the dirt and the trees that we'd spread earlier from some of our gravel pits. So it is maybe stripping that wall down and putting a new coat of paint on. Because I know I was very determined at one point with a certain color of green in the bathroom, and we ended up painting it 3 times until I finally tore the drywall off and re-drywalled it because it was frustrating, so frustrating. So that you know, we can work with the same surface and expect different results, but a lot of times some people call that insanity. So that's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over again, expecting different results. So just a point I wanted to bring to the table. Michelle?
If council would like, I can confirm the motion that is currently available for
If you
Road
would do
19.3.
that right now, and then we've got some other hands up. I
Councillor
think.
Stephen moved on June 10th that the County of Stettler, number 6, direct administration to proceed with regular road surface preparation and utilize MG30 calcium chloride magnesium hydroxide dust suppression product as per the annual program for the budgeted product cost of $19,987.92 with funds to come from the 2026 operating budget.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't think this would change that motion at all. I think this is kind of additional information. The only question I have for clarity is, Mr. Hunter, if we're instructing staff how and what to put on the roads, are you instructing them to put regular gravel, or are you suggesting that we go with 1.5 inches?
I was thinking regular, but I could be out on that. I'm not sure what the staff would say about that. And I know I'm not a road expert either, but I know I drove that road so many times. And probably a couple of us have more than anybody. And I mean, I got to use my experience to, that's how I make my decision, on my experience, not on different colors of paint or anything.
Well, just think back on that. That's just to put a comparison that you might understand. Councillor Gano?
I'd like to make a motion that we rescind our,
We already have a motion on, so you just have to wait for 2 minutes till we finish on. Sorry, Mr. Gano.
Councillor Nyberg?
So, and I don't think we've tried 1.5 inches on there, and I'm just going to let you know, and I'll keep the explicit language out, but grade the, thing. Don't use the slimy, shitty dust control on it, and like you've done in other areas, add some 1.5 inches to firm it up. Not my comment, but I got that from 4 different people sitting around a table that drive that road on a regular basis as they are employed there. So that was the comment that I got back. They have driven some of our other gravel roads and saw that 1.5 inches did tighten up some of the roads. So again, that is just the comment that I would bring forward to that. And to Mr. Gano, I don't think we have to rescind anything just yet. We have a motion on the floor, and I don't know whether you want to use 1.5 inches, but again, I would lean that to staff.
Councillor Stevens?
I think we would have to rescind that motion if we pass the one that Councillor Hunter put on. Because he is proposing not to do any dust control. And our previous motion had the normal dust control. So we got about a 19 grand difference between those two motions. So if we're going with Wade's, we have to rescind the previous one, in my opinion.
Well, then maybe I'm misunderstanding, because I understand Mr. Hunter's motion was just to put the spread of a 150 and regular maintenance is what I heard.
But we have a motion.
Regular maintenance would be the dust control, I think.
I don't know if I want you to redo the motion right yet. Read which motion? The motion today? Mr. Hunter's motion.
Well, do we do dust control if we don't need it, or if we don't?
So Mr. Hunter's exact words were, do 150 spread, leave the road alone, grade more often, and no dust suppression at this time.
I guess I should, yeah, unless it's needed, unless it's warranted. I should have maybe had that in there, because just throw it on there, how's that work, Greg? If there's no complaints, or do you normally just go put it on?
Yeah.
And prepare? I don't know.
Since this is a county funded dust control location, It's added in with the list of the budgeted locations for county funded dust control.
So you got a timeline and you.
So if we wanted to remove this from that group of county funded dust control or dust reduction locations, a direction from council to remove it would be to like not apply dust reduction product to it. We would revisit it then at another time if it was required to be applied to it, as there would be a capital, like a cost to that to apply it.
Councillor Adam?
Can we do an amendment where we put a friendly amendment that we have dust control as needed?
I guess if I may, Mr. Reeve, that's very vague, is in one person's observation that it's required and another person's observation that it's not required yet. There's no I guess we would need like a threshold event as to what would, now meet the threshold of that it is required. As I said, one person's perception of it's required to another person's perception that it's not required. We don't have a clear definition as to why we would do it or why we wouldn't do it then at that point.
Other than previously you had a council's decision to have it on that
Correct.
oiling list, and yes, so that is the difference. Councillor Stevens?
I think we have to be a lot more clear on what our expectations are. Either we do dust control or we don't, but we can't be somewhere in the middle. And the reason I say that is you have to purchase the product, you have to book it weeks in advance. Whether it's required is directly weather dependent. If we continue getting moisture, it's not required. But in order to get this done, we would have to plan in advance. We need to decide, are we doing dust control this year or not? And I don't think we can have any sort of middle ground on that.
Also with the rain, we haven't had dust control. Maybe as many dust issues as we've had mud issues. But as it got drier and dustier, maybe we were going to get into it previous to this week. But the other piece of this is some of our dust control becomes more effective due to the repetitiveness of doing it. So you may be kicking a can down the road that's going to become a very big problem next year too, if we have a real dry year again. So that's one of the cautionary pieces of that. Councillor Hunter?
I guess maybe that's where I was going to explore that new chip product on there and then make evaluations there, have staff see how that would work. But because we don't know how that's going to work yet.
No, that's, I guess if I may, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Hunter, that's why we have the limited locations that we were working with this year, and council approved the capital funds to get that product, utilize it in a few locations so we can see, how well it works and the utility function of that application. And then we would be able to maybe adjust our focus and our approach in years to come.
Councillor Nyberg?
So if Mr. Hunter would, so we don't have to rescind it, would add to his motion that we only do one application of dust control this year. That would solve the issue, and we wouldn't have to rescind the other ones. So, and we're at that point anyways. We're only doing one anyways. The time isn't going to allow us for anything different. So ultimately, yeah, we're only doing one anyways. So
You would just accept that as an amendment?
I accept that. But
Okay, do you have-
Michelle, does that make sense to you?
It'll look like a motion when I'm done.
And if,
Yeah,
I guess,
Councillor Gano would like to hear with the motion.
if for clarification, we would utilize or have in the motion what product that we're wanting to utilize for the one.
Gravel?
No,
For
what
the oil?
product is in the
Right.
dust reduction product. If council was wanting us to utilize the liquid MG30, or if they were wanting us to utilize the flake dry form MG30.
CEO Costi?
Just, from where I'm sitting, one of the biggest problems with this road is, let's try this, let's try this. I would prefer not to try a new product until we have a bit of a running record, especially on a highly used, highly visible road like 19.3.
Can, Michelle, can you list us what that motion would indicate, or what product? I guess we need to know. the
In
pest
order for you
control
guys
product.
not to have to rescind the last motion, you would have to stick to the MG30 suppression.
You would stick to the MG30 product, okay? Okay. Counselor Stevens.
I would be a lot more comfortable if we left staff some slight latitude on the amount of gravel. So the way it was worded in the previous motion was normal surface prep, and we commonly re-gravel before we do any dust suppression applications. So I would like to leave that latitude to staff. They can add how much gravel that they deem fit and carry on. This is right in their wheelhouse. They do this at every dust suppression location. So we just leave it to their decision how much they want to add if it needs.
So that would
required.
take us basically back to option 1.
The only thing that's changing in that scenario would be one application instead of two.
So Counselor Hunter, your motion's on the table. Which we can vote on. But
Though, is there a change to the original direction? What is the change to the direction previously provided in the past motion to compared to what Councillor Hunter has put forward? We've already lost that because of the year, though.
Right. I
So
guess
I'm not.
if I may, Mr. Reeve, my understanding of what we have as current direction in the motion that was previously voted on by council and passed, to what Councillor Hunter is providing in his motion now, there isn't really a whole lot of difference in the fact that we would proceed with regular road surface preparation and utilize the MG30, which is the same as Councillor Hunter is asking for now. And we would just continue on with it as the annual budget program cost, and we would just go from there. So,
so do we even need a motion on the table?
if there's no wish to change the direction that we currently have, which is very much mirrored by the motion that Councillor Hunter had put out, we wouldn't need a new motion.
So do you pull your motion from the table and we proceed as we were proceeding forward before? Or unless you want to name that volume of gravel, but that could change according to each piece of the road.
I was just kind of going with staff's
Yeah.
recommendation on that.
Yeah.
You know, like I didn't know what the usually like when you go put that on, what spread do you put on? Like I didn't know. That's why I was asking and kind of just going with staff recommendation to answer Justin's question. So this got brought forward. So we don't need a motion at all then if we went like basically option 1.
Yeah. If we went to proceed with regular road surface prep, utilize the MG30 other than the year and the timing and everything, would put one coating versus
So we don't,
2 coatings.
I thought we'd still, with all this, I thought we'd have to
No, I believe
make a motion on that one.
No, if council wished to maintain
Okay.
status quo with the motion that was previously voted on and moved,
that's an option also.
we can just leave it as well like that. Yeah.
So we don't even need a motion to keep it the same.
The motion would be just to receive this information.
Okay.
And but can we can remove he can remove his motion?
Yeah.
Pull it off the table.
With the unanimous consent of the assembly.
Okay. So do you move to remove your motion now?
I do.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Okay. Councilor Gano would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the motion that we previously made. What was the last date?
You were looking to rescind motion 236.06.10.26.
I would. And I'm just, I would like to go with staff recommendation previously that we remove the fines. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Motion to rescind. Okay. Questions, concerns, or I'll call the question. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Or, against?
Opposed.
Opposed? So it's in favor is Counselor Gano, and opposed was the balance. So that failed. Counselor Gano.
I'd like to make a motion that we receive the report around 19.3 for information.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried. Oh, my goodness. We're gonna break for lunch here in a couple minutes and you'll hear the difference of the conversation is going to be at that point. How long is the road tour follow up? Is that
Mr. Reeve, that's as long as you'd like it to be. It's basically just,
as long as I'd like it to be?
yeah,
Okay. We're done.
absolutely. So I guess, forgive me, as long as council would like the discussion to be. Basically what I did is I just outlined what we were able to cover on the road tour.
Okay.
And that I will be offering packages of information covering those items and the ones that we were not able to cover to council for your review and any discussions going forward, and potential tours. If we want to add a date, we can add more information and schedule that as well.
Mr. Chair, can we bring this back? Because there is a little bit of discussion after lunch, and I think if we broke early for lunch, we could use a break.
I don't think so.
I don't think lunch.
I don't care.
Okay, we will leave it on the table though, and we will move to the Ardley Dam open house. Is that?
Again, that might take a little bit more discussion as well. So
Mackenzie Crossing open house?
again, I think we could probably just break early. Well, it doesn't matter. Go to the washroom.
Couldn't take that long. It's information. Yeah.
And I did provide a summary just to try to bring the boards together. But I would like to comment that it was a great open house, and one of the side venues of it is that we had an opportunity to meet with the Minister of Transportation and had a great conversation. So that part was extremely beneficial.
Do you think he's talking to us still?
I
Me?
think so.
Okay.
I do. I think it was a great meeting, and some stuff has already been followed up on. Just observation, there was more people there from the county of Stettler than there was from the county of Red Deer. And it's a great project. I mean, it's been a long time coming. It's great. That corridor is getting used more and more all the time. Really looking forward to it. And I will say that, of course, Mackenzie Crossing has been an issue for ratepayers in the south side of the county of Stettler for years. So we have received a lot of complaints. We have worked with transportation a lot on maintenance. So it's safe enough to cross. And they've always been, very, very generous with what they've done down there. But yeah, I just think it's really going to open this area up and be a great project.
And a picture is worth quite a few thousand words when you see that
But he
picture on the
didn't
screen
run.
right now.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say, Alberta Transportation, I think, especially from some letter writing that happened from our residents, they fast-tracked it by 2 years, because when I first spoke to Mike Damberger about this project, it was probably 2 years further out. But it's been put on at the priority list. It's received its number, which means it will now follow through. And so I'm grateful to transportation for that.
Councilor Nyberg?
So, Mr. Chair, I understand they're going to have another open house at Big Valley. I think Mr. Hunter, you kind of proposed it, and I think that's a good idea. Secondly, I had opportunity just recently to talk to the previous mayor of Red Deer County, Jim Woods, and Jim has been an advocate for this because he lives just on the other side of the river crossing. So him and we were chuckling. He didn't have an opportunity to go to the meeting, but I did convey that I thought our representatives had said that it was a good meeting. I think there is a couple of accidents down there. The idea that they're going to straighten this out makes a lot of sense to me. So I think this is a go-to. Did you get a date and time that the start date is on this?
Tender's the first part of 27, and they're, actually hoping to start some construction in the fall of 27 to be complete by 30. And then, of course, tearing down the old bridge later on. They're not straightening out it a lot, but they're definitely taking the grade out of it. That's not going to be such a climb.
Mm.
And one of the other things that I thought was great was they're going to do some intersection work both at the campground by Mackenzie Crossing and over on the other side because there is residents there.
Mm.
But we are going to get a passing lane on the east side, which
Mhm.
they have on the west side right now, which I think that's just going to be fantastic because there has been a head-on collision as a vehicle has tried to pass a big truck because they crawl up that with a grade as high as it is. So all great news. It's being used a lot by waste management producers in the area. Like I know when we're in a drought and I need feed and I'm just a little guy, it comes via Mackenzie Crossing because it comes out of the West Country. We're also, I think, seeing guys using it to come over to G3, and they're coming up 835. So, yeah, it's a great project and a really good news story.
I think pretty much most of that oil that's coming out of that Three Hills area comes out of there too. So there's a ton of tankers.
Yep.
If you go there on a Thursday afternoon, there's about 5 trucks trying to pull up that hill, and I agree with you. A passing lane would be phenomenal. So
Yep.
good news.
Yep.
Good news for everybody.
Counselor Hunter?
Yeah, we had a good conversation with transportation out of Red Deer there, and just a little news. He said that I think 9 years that the county of Stettler and the village of Big Valley wrote letters to get that bridge. And I'd like to find out, I know he's mentioned that the cement was put in, but I know it come from up north, I don't know where, but they floated it down the river from Content.
Yep.
Down to the original spot and then put it in place. Which would be great if I ever had a picture of that, but
It's been a while since there's been enough water in the river to float anything.
but you know, they gotta get through the, you know, what's this gonna cost, goes out to tender, then it's gotta go through budgets, so
It does have,
still shaky yet.
it does have a number attached to it though, which
Yeah,
makes it
which
very
means
close.
it's going to move along. Yeah,
They do?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not a dollar number.
Oh.
But
a bridge
file
number.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, kinda asked that, it went from between 30 and 50.
Is there any other questions, comments on this, or can I get accept for information? Counselor Nemmer?
I'll give you a motion to receive for information.
Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That carried.
And Mr. Chair, if you want to go back to the Ardley Dam, I think we could do that one too.
Wow, lunch is here too. Okay, so we'll break for lunch. We'll cover off a couple of our new business items with that, and then we'll continue with the rest of our agenda. So, number 10, bylaws, 10.1 bylaw 1765-26 amendment to land use bylaw, page 82 of the package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So this application has been brought forward by a landowner in Erskine, and they wish to be considered for contractor's business on a highway commercial property that's right along Highway 12. So the nature of the application is add that use as a discretionary for the property that they own, so they can be then considered for a development permit for the construction of ready-to-move housing. Given that it's been filed as an application by a landowner, we should advance the process to give them a public hearing, make decisions after a public hearing and second and third reading. So staff's recommendation is to give first reading to the bylaw 1765-26 as presented, and then schedule September 9th, 1 p.m. as the date and time for a public hearing.
And we have a hand up from Councillor Stevens, the councillor for the area.
I'll move first reading and set the public open hearing.
For September 9th. Call, is there any questions on this? Call the question. All in favor? What?
In favor.
Okay. That's carried. Okay. That's carried. 10.2 bylaw 1758-26 road closure for Gibson Avenue, page 87 of the package.
Oh, good. Thank you, Reeve Clark. So this is, I promise, the last scheduled trip back to council for this particular item. This is the third one in front of council over the course of this year. Our last one was the public meeting to see if we had any comments and concerns. There weren't any, so we then advanced the bylaw off to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. Formally, the minister has to approve the bylaw. They've done so, and now it's come back for second and third reading by council. The approval came back with a expectation that if the consolidation with the adjacent lands does not occur, we're expected to have in place a mechanism of getting the land back and putting the road back in place, which does come up on another item in the agenda, Reeve Clark. So for the sake of the road closure bylaw, the recommendation is to give it second and third reading. And what that means is that would clear the way for registration at land titles. Upon registration at land titles, the land is still in the county's name until the transfer takes place.
Okay. Councillor Nyberg?
I'll give you first reading on this one, or second reading, I guess it is.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
That's carried.
Mr. Chair, I just wondered if any of the other councillors, if they understand what we were doing with that one. We have to send it off. We'd sent it off. The reason we have with transportation, we can't close the road. The province has to do it, right? So.
Which I think was clear. I think our whole council was there.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear because we don't do it very often.
Okay, so if we can have somebody take us to third.
I don't have to take it to third. I'll just have because we've already done first. So
We
we're
did.
not doing
No,
three.
okay.
I'll give you
You have
a
a
third
third
reading.
reading. Okay. Councillor Nyberg, call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
That would be carried.
Slightly off topic, but part of theirs is that they have raised their rates for anyone wanting to go into the water there. It was $10 a boat. Now it's $20 a boat.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, that's off.
I know it's off, but
Yeah, it's off this topic anyhow. Yeah, 10.3 bylaw 1766-26 procedural bylaw, page 92.
Pardon me, to stick with the topic of Gibson Avenue.
Okay.
If we could back up to 7.9 that we skipped over this morning on page 55.
Okay.
That is the transfer of the land to the surrounding landowner.
Okay. 7.9 request for decision transfer of land, closed road, Gibson Avenue, page 55 of our package.
Great. Thank you, Reeve Clark. So this one is a follow-up on a previous motion council had made back in January after you had a chance to consider the terms and conditions of the transfer presented by Salty Cat. So let's you see the motion up on the screen in front of you. it is been turned into a formal agreement instead of, I thought I'd be able to manage it in another way without having a formal agreement. But given the conditions that Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors is attached, administration thought we need to have an agreement to deal with that scenario, that if the consolidation doesn't happen, the vendor, or sorry, the purchaser, Salty Cat Inc., is obligated to give us the tools and documents necessary to put the road back. And that's the big crux of the agreement that's different than what council had available to you back in January. The recommendation, Reeve Clark, is that council authorizes, or even the CAO, to execute the purchase agreement that's attached to the RFD with Salty Cat Inc. for the transfer of the closed portion of Gibson Avenue. And in terms of financial exchange, it's for a nominal amount of $1.
Thank you, Craig. Councillor Nyberg? Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That is carried. So 7.6, what? We're okay with that? Yeah. It's, I got one in one ear and one in another ear, so let's. No. Oh, it's an echo. That's why it's an echo, Councillor Hunter.
Yeah.
7.6, request for decision, intermunicipal collaboration framework with Camrose County.
Okay.
Page 45.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So a little bit of background on this. We established intermunicipal collaboration framework. So that's a formal agreement with our rural neighbors about 5+ years ago, because that was the expectation that the province had laid out at that point in time. Even though we don't have a lot of day-to-day interaction with them, sometimes we're separated by a river, sometimes it's a coulee, or we just have a very shared small boundary. Back in last round of MGA review, this was a tool that the province expected to be in place. With the passage of Bill 50 last year, they've opened up for municipal districts, counties that are neighbors, that if we both agree and we can manage the relationship between us in other ways, like a mutual aid agreement or just one-off agreements, we don't need to have a formal intermunicipal collaboration framework. So for us, that would be the opportunity to reduce our number of frameworks from about 15 down to about 8. We would always have them with our urban neighbors within our jurisdiction and boundaries, which we have a tendency to have a lot more interaction and agreements with in any case. So Camrose County went first on this one, and they approached the administration and asked if we were interested in considering it. We said yes. Their council has accepted that proposal, and now it's county councils, or County of Stettler Council's turn to consider that proposal as well. If the answer is yes, the large motion is up on the screen. I'm not going to read that out. It mirrors what the Camrose County has already passed. If passed by this council, both of us have to notify the Minister of Municipal Affairs that we've decided mutually that we do not need an ICF between us. We also have to publish on our website the reasons on why we reached that conclusion. And that's where you see the second good chunk of the report devoted to going down through the list of mandatory services that an ICF is supposed to cover, and briefly highlighting the nature of our relationship or interaction with Camrose County on those. And really the biggest is the support between our two fire departments. The mutual aid agreement adequately covers that. So with that, Reeve Clark, the recommendation is that we formally terminate or rescind our intermunicipal collaboration framework with Camrose County by someone getting to read that lengthy motion up on the screen.
Councillor Gano?
I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendation number 1, and we terminate the ICF with Camrose County.
Questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
And that is carried.
Hardly damn.
9.4. Yeah.
You think so, eh? This is kind of, speaking of road maps and road tours, this is kind of how our agenda is today. Okay. Okay, now we will go back to 9.3 and we will go back to our bylaws at a later date. Memo road tour follow-up, page 67 of the package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So before you, council, you have basically the itinerary as we were going along on our road tour for 2 days. There were things that we had planned that we were unable to get to specifically. One of which was an inspection sheet review of one of our bridges that has been reduced and load rated now due to erosion and damage to the back walls, etc. So that will be included in the information package that I would forward to all of council for their review. And if council wishes, at a later date, we can put together another road tour and hit some more specific items that they wish to have a little more time on, or receive some more information, or catch up on things that we were unable to get to during this 2-day tour around the county.
Questions, concerns? Councilor Nyberg?
So out of this, I had quite a few actual aha moments, I guess, with that. One of the ones was we did that gravel. Do you want to call it a reclaimer? What is the actual?
Shoulder maintenance tool.
Shoulder maintenance tool. And I think in conversations with many of the fellow councilors, we agreed that it seemed to work fairly well. It blew off those lips. It worked really well. The one thing I noticed in looking at what we have in front of us here in the bags, I was always, like many, assuming that there was a ton of gravel in those lips. And when you actually got through it, you could physically see that there wasn't. I mean, lots of it's at the surface. And so I think the discussion was that we were looking at utilizing that tool more, possibly bringing on another one, or possibly even two, and getting them to be utilized. Because we have a ton of kilometers of gravel road that we have in the county in Stettler. I don't think one tool, and for the amount of that we're going to do it, I think Councillor Stevens had quickly made it even if we used it 24/7, I don't think we were going to get around to all the roads in 3 years or something. So I think we need to look at bringing in another one or two of those tools and setting it up, training the people. But just one of my comments. I think Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Stevens has his hand up. Or
Just
Greg, we'll let Greg wanted to reply to Mr. Nyberg. So
Yeah, just quickly, Reeve Clark through to Councillor Nyberg. We will bring the option to purchase another shoulder maintenance tool through our budgetary deliberations here for 2027. We have sourced a company in Canada that produces much the same equipment. So that would save us exchange, and as well the brokerage fees and et cetera, bringing it across the border from the States. So that will be something that we will bring forward.
Councilor Pagano just wants to follow something on that.
As part of that, what is delivery on those? General,
Brokerage
thank you.
fees alone are $3,500, I believe is what they were.
Sorry, I meant more so order time and
Oh.
when it arrives.
They'd be immediately, like it would be the same.
What time would they land with us?
If we were to purchase the Canadian
If we
one,
bought today, yeah.
I'd have to double check with the manufacturer, but I do believe
Actually,
Oh, my, this is the first time my Starlink has given me issues, but it froze up for a second there.
Councilor, it was our internet that.
It was our
for a
internet that
second.
froze up, I guess.
Oh, so two things I wanted to discuss. No, it wasn't me that made the comment about 3 years to get around. I do agree with the premise that another one would be handy, but first point is this something we can do in the off season, shoulder seasons, when frost isn't that bad? I mean, October, November, December, even if we don't have snowfall, can we be using it anytime we don't have snowfall and catching? It won't work for our road narrowing, but it will work just for the lips. And then the second item I wanted to bring up was on 40-4. It's on our list for road narrowing and I guess a rejuve, for lack of a better word. And I just want to clarify something. The reason why I wasn't pushing for it to be higher on the priority list was because of the urban access road application. It sounds like the province has declined that. I'm still fine with it not getting done this year because I fear that if we jump to a different road, we're going to leave something else unfinished. And I would like Public Works to carry on with what they're doing. But if we could put that in the queue for next year, I think council would agree that it was one of our roads that needed it as a reasonably high priority.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, Mr. Ray, through to Councillor Stevens. So, just a quick comment on your first question. Yeah, absolutely. The use of any shoulder maintenance tool will work throughout that later season as well. It will work better after your mowing pass has been completed. You get the grass cut down on the side of your roads. You have less trash to work with, et cetera, things like that. So it does allow the operators a better ability to see what they're working on and with to dispense into and off the road surface. So absolutely, you would be able to do that lighter work later in the season and be able to complete it just fine. As per the 40-4 road, we have basically kind of reviewed our situation as it is right now. We won't be leaving 39-2 to jump at the White Sands Road. We're going to be finishing 39-2 in all efforts probably before the end of next week, the 3 miles that we had allocated for this year. And then at that point in time, we'll do a quick review of where we're at with our projects. We would like to get onto that road and do a little bit of the shoulder work with it. However, it will likely be pushed, the majority of that work will be pushed into the 2027 season, or depending on how our construction season goes this year. If we do get an open fall and we're able to do some of that work, we will definitely attack it then.
Councillor Hunter?
Are we gonna try that other, I don't know what that machine's called, for the frost for the lips?
Exclusively. So we are trying to get it and keep moving with it. Once we get through our passes and that, we will pull it off. We usually have the opportunity then in the fall to do a little bit of work with it so we can have council take a view of it.
So yeah, if you could let me know, I'd like to
Yep.
come out and watch that.
We can put it together for council as well.
Any, the 39.3, were we doing anything with that?
39.2? Like,
No,
which one?
39.3. One north of 39.2.
In between 39-4.
Yeah, that one?
Yeah, that would be
Okay,
that would be just between 39-4 actually.
Is there, I guess, Councilor Hunter, I apologize. I'm not certain what work was required or.
Okay, I got a comment on that road and I just drove it the other day and I thought they contacted you, but
They maybe have, and I
okay,
just,
okay.
it could
I
be
just-
buried in my list.
I did
yeah.
drive a bit of it and it is really flat and really bad. So I didn't know if the equipment's there. We're just gonna grade it for now or what. I
Right.
just,
I'll follow up with that
Okay.
and I can forward you that
no,
information.
thank you.
And if you get calls on that stuff, please ensure there's a ratepayer request put in on it, because that way it is tracked.
I usually try to get them to just
Yeah.
phone the county
Yeah.
direct.
Or
I like that
or
better.
we can too, type thing, but
It's
just
better. I like it coming better from them because then they can get back to the ratepayer and everything.
Okay, Councillor Gano?
I recall there was a training requirement with that new tool that you needed to get ahead of too. Where are we at with that?
Right now, actually, we are looking to hire an equipment operator to fill a position that the previous operator left from the County of Stettler. So we're a little bit shorthanded in that regard, but once we have that, we do have a list of resumes that we're going to contact and interview. There's a few of those resumes where the applicant has extensive grader knowledge and roadwork knowledge, and even some of them with experience underneath our current DK Blades training. So that would be a perfect candidate for us to be able to, move right into that role and include with their training as they onboard.
Thank you.
And when it comes to the other tool, I request that we do a very honest effort with it this year, because if it isn't usable, There's a lot of money invested in it and that front mount, rejuvenate, I can't
Yep.
remember what the names were, but
Yeah.
rejuvenator or whatever it was called, from capital equipment. And so if we're not going to use it, I think it would be prudent if we're buying the other ones to get rid of it if we fully admit that it doesn't work.
If
But
I may,
we've never given it a fair
yeah,
trial.
if I may, Reeve Clark, now that we have both these, like, separate grader that this one's mounted on,
Yeah.
the shoulder maintenance tool, and we can put the capital I equipment on the other grader. When we open that up this fall, we can bring both those pieces to the same road surface and have a little showcase for council, and we can determine at that point in time basically the utility of each tool and how council feels they might be better utilized or underutilized, or if, like you said, move forward with dispensing some and ordering a different one.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Just Greg, how is the Scholar Road?
How is the Scholar Road for
But like
overall?
you're driving it, right?
Yep.
Like,
Scholar Road's, again, probably one of our road surfaces. It was rebuilt here, I think it's probably closer to 8 years ago now, maybe, or something along those lines. So in the beginning, I mean, it definitely had its, we much the same that the Bar Harbor Road, the same effect, where in the beginning, it was built up, brought in, there was some concern that it was far too narrow, et cetera, et cetera. But however, as those roads rest and settle into themselves, and you basically get your hard base and your gravel cap on them, they are very sturdy and solid roads. Scholar Road takes a ton of traffic, and that road is rarely ever without the crown and slope with good drainage. So, yeah, no, I'm the regular traveler.
And as we talk about these wide flat roads, that was the definition of a wide flat road, and with heavy equipment and heavy traffic, and that rebuild did make a huge difference
Yeah.
on that road. Councillor Nyberg?
Just a couple other things on that road tour, and just a note. I know we're doing a couple of re-graveling. Just I noticed some large rocks on the roads. Just maybe follow up with whoever's doing the. We ran into that a few years ago with our loader operator getting a little deep in those big rocks coming to the surface. So I think the guys, like whoever's doing our gravel checking and the truck drivers, have been watching, and the spread guys are watching those big rocks. But there is the odd one that I've had to pitch into the ditch. So just a note. And then are we comfortable with the amount of gravel that is going on with the roads? So Mr. Jackson and I talked a little bit earlier with that DK Blades individual. When we're seeing those lips on the side of the road, he's talking about that, getting that gravel out to the outside, and whether or not maybe we don't have. I was, again, that aha moment for me, thinking that it was a need to peel these lips, and he said, well, you can mask it, I guess, is kind of what we had talked about, with putting gravel in there, which will take some of the water away from the road. Makes sense. If you fill a hole with something, it's going to be better to be filled with gravel than water. So do we have enough?
So, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Nyberg, just a couple quick, so in regards to that, and like we had talked before, it's kind of a symptom of a larger condition. When you don't have enough aggregate on the road surface, then you guys are trying to cut and pull more in, and to be able to respread it and fill, any deficiencies that you have on the road surface. So it's a symptom. It's not the cure necessarily, and it's not the only issue that, we see on the roads. Do we currently have, overall, operations is reviewing how much aggregate we are needing to place on the roads, because we do see the other side of that at times where we've got far too much gravel on the road surface, and we're seeing it then, cause the washboarding and the issues that way as well. So we are refining it. Is it a perfect situation? Not always, but we are trying to work to that point where we will find that nice middle ground where we are on our gravel program, placing enough aggregate on there that our operators have what they need to work with, and that we can then make that spread nice and even to the edges, fill that void with traffic travel and everything else that packs that gravel in, as was explained, and it gives you that opportunity then to blade it again, keep your crown, and not have to cut and make that lip on the edge.
So, to that end, do the gravel or the grader operators, if let's say I'm grading away and I notice that between 21.2 and 21.3, I've got a couple of spots that need a little extra gravel. Can they, hey, Mr. Jackson or Dan, I've got a little extra, or I need a little extra. Could you come drop a small load here or there?
So it's not necessarily like the
Uber of gravel?
skip dishes kind of effect, that it's not the call in and we show up 20 minutes later with your order. But yeah, we have constant conversations with grader operators as they're going through their beats. You may notice, council, at times you've seen stakes now placed out on the road shoulders and things like that. We have had the grader operators place stakes in areas so that it's easier for us to be able to identify exactly where they are seeing that there's issues and concerns and some voids that need to be taken care of. And then as we work through our gravel program or our patching program, we'll have those locations and we can put material in there when it's effective and efficient for the operators to be driving, so that we aren't just making single trips to this location or single trips to that location.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you for that. Good information.
Councillor Hunter?
On that tour, he was saying how you guys don't want to cut the lip out. You put your blade down and cut a V in it or whatever to drain that. Does that get done? Does that get done much?
Yeah, operators have started working with that now,
Okay.
where we've got them to go and understand a little bit better where there is water pooling on the road until we can get there to finish up that shoulder maintenance, to just cut a wedge and just allow that water to release off that road edge before it does the damage as it pools. Yep.
Good.
Is there any other questions?
If I may, Mr. Reeve. So what I did bring in today was there was a request for the 1.5 inch samples of 1.5 inch to be brought from each of our locations. So we do have 1.5 inch from both the Stormont Bridges and Schaff pits, so that you can see differences in the fracturing between those three locations. As well, then it was also requested that we bring in a screen sample of the material from what is basically your product when you go along the road shoulder and you're doing that shoulder maintenance, just to give a better, and I mean, it was a great, observation, the fact that, what do we have here? Let's separate it out and figure out what we've got. So you can actually see in that, I believe it was just a little over a 1 meter section of road shoulder maintenance. The grass, the fines or the dirt and organics, and again, then the actual gravel. Some of it has been fractured again and again, as we see, with gravel over time and use, it does fracture down to the point where it's a smaller than our 3/4 inch spec. So it is included in there, but as you can see, it's far less than the other items that are sitting there. So
I thank you for that. I got a good look at it over lunch, and I tell you what, it is. We almost should keep these bags and mark them and pointly, if somebody comes in and is talking to us about that, have the opportunity maybe at the next, if we have an open house or something, or somewhere where we can show the general ratepayer what that is. Because like I said, my aha moment was when I was kicking in that dirt. I mean, especially when I ride my motorbike, I kind of get to the outside edge, a little less gravel out there, so I like riding it. And it always seems like that lip has a ton of gravel, and then when you kick through it, there really isn't a whole lot. There, the big stuff's at the top, and it looks like a lot. But what you could see here is that the majority of that is fines and some grass, and then a little bit of rock. So I think it's important the public also knows that as well. So. Been here a long time too.
That's like having your mic on green too, so that everybody can hear your comment. Yeah, yeah. Is there any other comments back? I think we can all take a look at the rock samples at the end of the meeting. So, no, I don't think he's bringing them around right at this current moment. So
I'll give you a motion to receive for information.
we have a motion coming to the,
No, I just comment. We did that once where somebody brought in a sample and passed it around, and it was a complete
yeah.
mishap. We ended up having to evacuate the building. It was kind of bad. So
Yeah.
just be careful what you wish for.
Counselor Stevens now, you've waited patiently, please. Your motion to receive?
I was giving you a motion to receive for information.
Okay, thank you. Call the question, all in favor?
In favor.
That would be carried. Ardley Dam open house, page 69 of the package. It would be actually open houses, I would think.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
had an opportunity to go. Mr. Stevens came with me. That was the worst open house I've ever seen. It was so poorly done that I cannot begin to explain how poorly done it was. If there was a book on how to do things bad, they checked every box, from the opening statement to the room choice to the amount of people they had. It was very, very poorly done. Mr. Stevens may have a different opinion, but that when the head speaker was poorly done, it was just bad all the way around. I do have a opinion on this. I think the option C is more than likely already the government's pick, and I do agree that I think it's the one that was there. I think Mr. Teal was there as well, and maybe he could comment. He really liked the presentation, thought it was well done, I thought, but yeah, so I'll let them two comment on it as well. So
Mr. Teal, do you want to comment, and then we'll go to Councillor Stevens?
With that kind of introduction, Reeve Clark, I'm not sure I want to, but
May not be the
so just maybe so the open house was back on July 14th. It was held in Red Deer. I think I would agree there's lots of room for improvement on how that evening was structured. In addition to the process, this was when they introduced it. This was the only public engagement session, and it was for all stakeholders, not just municipal stakeholders. It was general public, landowners, everyone who's interested. And other than a follow-up online session, which was the Thursday night of the same week, which many, many people did register for. And I heard rumbling of around 2,000 participants scheduled for that online component. For a document that was supposed to be at the end before kicking it to the government for further review, there wasn't a lot of information. What we got out of it was there are 3 dam locations. Sorry, my mistake. 3 dam options, 2 dam locations being considered, which have 3 dam reservoir locations. That's right. The one the closest to us is basically 1 dam location, and it ranges from the equivalent of an 8 to 9 story building to a 10 to 12 story building. So just upstream from the content bridge. The time frame that was shared with us in terms of if the government decides to build anything is it's still 15 plus years out before it'd be complete. There was no information about costs and what we're looking at. There was no information about how compensation for impacted landowners, and there definitely are impacted landowners, will be addressed. There was no information, very weak information about the benefits. And literally within 2 weeks of that date, it was supposed to be sent to the government to make a go or no go decision. So they were definitely recording comments, but there was not a lot of information to digest to begin with. And from what we gathered from the presentation, that was it for the public engagement.
Councillor Stevens?
I agree with the assessment about that one. Minister Dreeshen did his own standalone one the following night. I thought the conversation was a lot better, and it did seem to go over better with the crowd at the follow-up one. I do agree that for benefits to our county, option C seems to make the most amount of sense for possible benefits to our area, with a couple of exceptions. We would likely have to get them to incorporate an intake at our water treatment plant, as well as the pumping station would likely have to get relocated as well. But if they incorporated those two things, the biggest benefit to our county is likely to be option C.
When you're talking the pumping station, is that the pumping station for Buffalo Lake water, or is that the pumping station? It's not the treatment plant for the town of Stettler and 1221 and Shirley McCollum.
The pumping station for Buffalo Lake would have to get moved if we went with option C. And I don't think it would affect the pumping station for our water treatment, but it may have an effect on our intake being so close. So if they move to the next step on design, I would strongly encourage the engineers to incorporate our intake into their design.
Yes, and I did attend the second meeting with Councillor Stevens and found that actually Minister Dreesen handled that meeting very well. There was maybe one or two people that were looking for media coverage, and he I think very effectively, along with the crowd, shut them down. He did allow them to speak, but they held them to the same account as everybody else that was at the table. So it was a pretty open conversation. There was many things that he said that he didn't know, but on the same sense, we've seen a couple of responses since that point as data is being found out. And he was going back to talk to the ministry that presented the day before, and was not happy with how that presentation had went. He had not attended, but his phone started to ring as it was in his area also, and him being the transportation minister. So a lot of good questions, a lot of affected people there. And actually by the answers, some people were affected to the point where their homes would be flooded out, but did understand, if it was explained properly, that it was for the good of the province, and did accept. They said there's got to be talks about compensation and all those pieces. Some said they understood when they built down in a valley that sometime that could happen. So it was, I think, a very good conversation. Probably after it was over, people were still there, Councillor Stevens, for half to 45 minutes, weren't they? And just
yeah,
general
at least that the minister was actually pretty good with his time and his staff, so I was impressed that way.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on that, or?
I think it would be worthwhile putting a letter to the Minister of Transportation as well as Environment. I would be comfortable saying that we're supportive of at a high level, we're supportive of a dam concept. We would encourage increased communications based on our dissatisfaction with the open house. But we are generally supportive of the concept as long as they keep the pumping station and our intake in mind as they move forward. So I would make that motion to instruct administration to send a letter to the ministers as well as our MLA.
Okay. Councillor Gano?
We have talked about benefits regarding irrigation. Would we fold those thoughts into this letter, or is that premature?
I think it would be appropriate to highlight that we would be very open and interested in potential irrigation spin-offs.
Councillor Nyberg?
And Councillor Stevens, you would concur that option C would be where we would be a proponent for in the letter?
That's my personal opinion. It gets the water storage as close as possible to our county. The other options, it's a ways back. It's also the highest volume being stored, so it has that benefit as well.
Yeah, so I concur that I think option C would be the best benefit, and if it was my proposal, I would make that to council that that's what I see as best. And I don't know about Mr. Teal or Mr. Clark, what their thoughts are on it.
My thoughts from water treatment and everything was option C, but also to the overall effects to residents that were along shores, et cetera, it would lessen some of that. And so with a lower depth of that overall reservoir, so I think it may flood a little bit more square footage, but the affected people that would be affected lessened a little bit, not a huge amount, but did lessen a little bit. So I think that is definitely a better option. Number C.
So you would put that in your motion that we okay option C?
I will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Nikki?
And just to look at the July 7th letter where we did send a letter to Nate Horner encouraging this project already. So we'll be reiterating what we've said and adding this.
Yes, absolutely. It just was kind of that July 7th was, yeah, we think it's a good idea. Now we're in favor, and we definitely think C is an option, with these caveats being our water intake, irrigation, and the pump stations. So.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
Is that?
Sorry, you were breaking up. Was that for me?
Yeah, is that correct? What I just said about irrigation?
Yeah.
And its clarification of our letter that we sent July 7th.
Yeah, the 3 clarifications are correct.
Okay. Okay, call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That is carried. 9.6 memo secondary highway maintenance, page 81 of the package. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just did up this quick moment to let council know that we have had a response to the letter that we sent to the Minister of Transportation on July the 30th about our concerns about our secondary highways and holes in the aprons and things like that. So when we were at the open house in Elnora, I had a conversation with Stu Richardson, the acting director and infrastructure manager for the Central Region. He asked that we meet with the new operations manager that they just hired for Hannah. So when it comes to Alberta Transportation, we deal with Hannah everywhere except a small section up by Buffalo Lake, which we would then deal with Red Deer. But the concerns Stu said would be passed on. So the next morning, I did receive an email from Miss Jenica Jones, who's the new operations manager, requesting a meeting with us. We were able to facilitate this meeting, and it's booked for August 20th at 9:30 at the operations building. And she's coming up to meet with probably mostly Greg, Andy, and Dan. Andrew and I'll be around, but they're going to do a road tour and have a copy of the letter to discuss the concerns that we wrote about.
Councilor Stevens?
I did notice that there's been some patching done on a few of the aprons west of Erskine. Was that them or us that completed that work?
I'm pretty sure that was them. Because I did mention that we were looking at purchasing some asphalt and patching and then sending a bill to AT for doing it. And he did ask me to work with them on it. So Larry received a call from Alberta Transportation for maybe them to come out and attend a council meeting. I think after the meeting, if council's all right with it, after the meeting on August 20th, if you're not satisfied with the solutions that we've come up with, then we maybe invite them to the next council meeting.
Councilor Adam?
I know a little bit ago, they actually went around and were patching, because since I live right along the highway there, we've been complaining about the potholes right in front of our place. And they went up and down E850 and patched the pavement there.
Yeah, and yeah, I received a phone call yesterday at about 4:05 about this meeting and coming to our council meeting and stuff. So I wasn't aware if it had been something to do with the Mackenzie Crossing Road, or I knew we'd sent a letter in. So I did talk to the individual out of Hannah and said I would get Nikki to get in touch with him so that we could sort this out and do it in an organized fashion. So this is what Yvette's coming up with. So they were more than willing to meet with us as council. But I do think, you know, they got to get some boots on the ground, do some inspections of the secondaries and of the aprons and stuff. And then we could have a conversation once they've seen it too. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Stevens?
Either way, I think it would be prudent if we did invite the new rep to a council meeting. I know Yvette had a long-standing relationship with Danette, her predecessor, and it'd be nice if we could start building a relationship with the new representative.
Would this be Danette? No, it's not.
No, this is just operations. The last operations manager they had in Hannah liked the county of Stettler so well, he tried to get a job with us. So.
Okay. Councillor Walker?
I think you just gotta drive 853, where 853 turns to the Hackett Road. North there, the county maintains it, and it's really good. As soon as you get across, the road's flat, rough. That'd be a good one to take a tour of.
I think, yeah, and along with the Hackett Road, because it happens.
That is the
happens to
Hackett Road,
intersect there. And we've had a couple landowners that have taken some very good pictures of the Hackett Road, which we did forward in also. And voice their displeasure, and they've been quite active on the, what phone line is that?
511?
511, yes. The 511 phone
It's like
line.
310 land, yeah.
Yeah, but I think we're starting to get some traction, because this individual that talked to me yesterday really wants to, I think, make some headway here. So hopefully this meeting, and then if they come to us, and as you're dealing through this, Yvette, I think it wouldn't hurt to suggest her to come to our council table, just so.
Yeah, we'll extend the invitation on the 20th and give her the dates of the next council meetings and see if she could attend one.
That would be, I think, probably fitting. Councillor Walker?
I do agree that Hackett Road, I only drive it with my hunting truck. I wouldn't take one of my other trucks down it. It's pretty terrible.
There's a lot of people that live on there that have no other choice, and other people that have unloaded their SUVs and or their ATVs and rode them because the road was so bad with the trailers. So, yes. So can I get someone to accept Councillor Nyberg, accept her information?
Receive her information.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried. Now back to bylaws. 10.3. Bylaw 1766-26 procedural bylaw, page 92 of the package.
Yeah, Andrew, this is yours.
Yeah, so I summarized all the changes. So you guys saw this at committee of the whole, made changes based on the input given there. So there is a breakdown in the RFD. Just quickly, we added definitions and references, talked about removing people from appointments early, made some changes there. Boards and external organizations, we moved AIG services to a schedule to give them a terms of reference, and then removed a bunch of the outdated ones. One thing that got noted that I missed, and we've been missing for years now, ever since we redid the doctor recruitment, is it is 2 members on that committee, not 1. That's not shown on your screen, so if moving first reading, we could have it amended such that the physician recruitment or physician attraction and recruitment committee has 2 council members appointed to it. Otherwise, we cleaned up a few things around the agenda, removed the requiring 2/3 of a majority to continue past 4:30, because we just haven't ever used that particular part. We moved the parliamentary procedure to be, instead of relying sort of more vaguely on that is a generic term, we actually defined what we will do for our own parliamentary procedure. And then we, at council's direction, we made it clear that electronic and verbal voting are alternatives to show of hands. So that helps how we do it online now. And then just again, more cleanup in the languages for committees and public communications. Did talk about in-camera and electronic meetings requiring participants to be in a confidential space when they're attending a closed portion of a meeting. And talked about the new schedules. We're repealing 4 bylaws plus the actual original bylaw because we had 4 amending bylaws last time we did it because there were sort of 4 distinct proposals. You can see a great example of that is this, where we've got quite a few different changes in one proposal. If I thought anything there was particularly contentious, I would probably have split it out so that you would be able to pass it together. I may find out I was wrong to not do that, but I think that basically covers what we're looking for. And then there's track changes throughout on the defined version.
Couple things. As we add the Heartland Regional Fire Commission,
Yep.
we would go back into this document in 6 months, or?
Yeah, generally we don't amend it immediately after a board gets added because we do have the ability to appoint regardless, but the next time it's due to come forward that we have enough changes worth reviewing, it would be included then.
I also noted a question in one regarding committee of whole and delegation of authority.
Yeah, I think when we discussed that with a committee of the whole, the answer was they were pretty happy with how it worked currently, that we didn't need to delegate any direct authority. I apologize, those are some of my notes from before the committee of the whole meeting, so I had forgotten to remove comments before we packaged the track changes version.
And the other final comment that I had was we did briefly discuss Zoom calls and the idea of traveling and whether or not that's something that we should encourage or discourage. Is that something that we would do through different policy or be silent on? Any thoughts, I guess, from this group?
So when you say in that, are you saying attending an electronic meeting while traveling, or
Yes.
attending electronic to avoid traveling?
Sorry, the latter, where concern around health and safety,
Right.
and driving and attending a meeting at the same time. We had a brief discussion about that, was near end of day. I don't see it here.
Yeah. I did not make any changes to reflect that discussion.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I'm concerned about that from a health and safety perspective. I'm not going to. I'll leave it at that, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Hunter?
Was there something else too that we were gonna bring up with on in-camera sessions?
That was covered, wasn't it?
I think that can we bring that clause up? I think it's added here.
That you're happy with it?
I think so. I think the essence of what you and I spoke about has been captured here, that we aren't going to, there's expectation is the person on the other end of the line or on the call would need to ensure that right here. That's closed to the public. Participants in closed discussions shall only participate if they can guarantee that none of the proceedings can be heard by others. And by extension, ASB, this would cover ASB, right? It's procedural bylaw. Okay. Because it did come up at ASB and we weren't really sure what to do with it. And so it's good that it's here. I think this covers it.
Yeah, and I would point out with that clause specifically, when I say guarantee that none of the proceedings can be heard, that includes the person talking that's, say, sitting in a car. Yes. So that's why I phrase it that way. It's a bit of an awkward phrasing, but it does, I think, cover well that if you only hear half the conversation, that's half too much, right?
Okay. The one thing I did read in there, and it does bother me, is the changing of our members at large and appointments. Like we have either moved forward our people that are members at large on our boards at each meeting, or we always had that option if we needed to move somebody out that we could. And I see now that we've got a 2-year window for ASB. We are just in the, we haven't even ran a full year with members at large at ASB. I would prefer that we left it at the 1 year that you can move people forward, as we had, or if there's a feeling by the overall board that we need to either, assign somebody new or something, that we have an opportunity to do it at that point. So, and it's not really a big deal to our organizational meeting. It's just one more phrase and one more vote at our meeting. So I don't see us any sense of urgency in doing that. And my other thing is, as far as Zoom meetings, if it is a conversation, if you're zooming in by video, I have a concern with health and safety. If you're driving and you are in a conversation and listening, as much as anything, you'll be listening to a conversation as you could be listening to a talk show on the radio or anything else. I think if that's the way that people can make their calendars balance, that they have to be responsible for their driving. Is it too distracted of driving, or if they're hands-free, are they okay with that? So I do, it didn't show a change in here, but I don't think we should be zooming with cameras when we're driving. But I do feel that we need to have that opportunity that we could talk if that was the case. Councilor Adam?
I just want to push back a little bit on the video to throw this out. Is that sometimes to put in, if you're muted, you have to unmute in order to say something. At least if you have a video, then you can quickly wave your hand to say that you are voting yes.
If you're parked on the side of the road, I would agree 100, in an approach, I would agree 100% with that, but not when you're driving down the road.
Because, I mean, you can stream anything on there now with your auxiliary. You have your maps going. A lot of vehicles have the full thing as a computer pretty much. These days, that's how it is. But if you're driving and you're not really looking at the phone, like you can see Justin when he's driving and he just does a quick wave and he's not looking, he's looking where he's supposed to be.
He's not driving today. He's looking right
No, he's not. But he's online right now. That's where I'm pushing back.
Yeah.
It's just in that capacity where video is really handy.
Councilor Walker?
Yeah, the one time I did it, I attended, I was driving, and I text that I will respond when I have a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
And that's what I respond. That because I know I cannot, I have to pull over and talk, and I had to there that one time.
Councilor Gano?
I'll reach back to just the 2-year piece first and respond to that. I believe the thought was go to 2 years. There is a bit of expense to advertise. And also if we went to 2 years now, it would bridge election day so that the members at large might still be in place for continuity if we change. That was the thought of the day. And back to Zoom. I don't know this, but I suspect that the health and safety policy for the county employees would not allow taking Zoom calls via meetings, meetings via Zoom.
If it was hands-free?
Can't recall how our safe work procedure specifies. I don't think it speaks specifically to the idea that you would potentially have to mute and unmute yourself in a non-hands-free manner. I think our definition of hands-free for our health and safety policy would be more targeted towards you're on a phone call with a person and you're either speaking to them or not, rather than muting and unmuting. That would be the one part that would potentially fall afoul of what we've got in place.
And you can have a headset that it's as simple as when you speak, your mic picks it up.
Yeah,
so, picks up too. So,
and I think that's probably some of my thought process when I didn't try to capture that in this bylaw, is that it's very much going to depend on the situation and the technical capabilities of both the person and their vehicle. In my car, I plug in, and if I'm on Teams or Zoom, I actually get a nice big button control that I can mute and unmute, and it's no different than changing the radio. I'm not looking for a little button, but in other cases, that's not the case.
Counselor Nyberg and then Counselor Stevens.
That was just I was going to comment about the Ag Service Board, the members at large. It's not only that one, it's a number of the other boards that are out there. We talked about being that 1 year window, switching it over. Yeah, that one we did discuss it quite a bit, but and one of the members at large wasn't sure if they were coming back anyways. So it was one of those situations that we might have those offside anyway.
And that has never, the carryover really has never been an issue between elections either. We typically have carryover on those groups.
I think they're appointed different time wise too.
Yeah, the only issue with it would be is for terms on boards, etc. That's where we kind of stumbled last election with.
And outside our preview, yeah.
Yeah, it was more on how many times somebody'd been on a board, and you know that part of the policy wasn't in place, eh? So that was as much the carryover as anything else, or the carry across of knowledge. But I've sat through a lot of org meetings, and they're getting better every meeting that we go through. But that with your members at large is not a hard discussion as part of our meetings, as long as they're willing to still be on it, typically.
And I don't know if the 1 year or the 2 year makes a huge difference. I can't remember exactly what the consensus was of that meeting.
That was a committee of the whole meeting.
Yeah. And
I was zooming in on that.
Yeah.
But I
think we didn't really have
I was actually sitting at that point. So yeah.
I don't think we had an actual determination. I think we kind of left it up to Andrew to throw it out there. So
actually, I think this one came more from ASB's discussion. And we do have, you don't see it in our org or in our procedural bylaw as much. It's Stettler Waste and Stettler Ambulance that have members at large that they appoint for 2 year terms to bridge that continuity. But yeah, it's just a matter of, and council could give more refined direction as well if you want us to only proactively advertise and consider every 2 years, and otherwise just the in-between years allow the people to be reappointed if they're still willing to stand, and only advertise if there's a vacancy that's going to come. That may be a little easier.
Councillor Stevens and Councillor Gano.
My question for staff is around removal of a rep. I know we incorporated some changes where a majority of council could decide to remove a rep from a committee. Is there a middle ground where we could do that for members at large? Does this policy allow for that now? Because that's sort of the kind of compromise. We could go with the 2 years, so we have the overlap at election. But if we had someone that was unavailable or causing harm, then could they be removed the same as a councillor could from a committee?
Yes, and we do have that. Yeah, so you can remove any member from a committee is the existing language, so you could do that today. It does still require a 2/3 majority. The things we've changed there is that we did do the research, and the office of the reeve can be subject to the same as long as it's in a bylaw. And then if the member is a councillor, so if that's whether they're on a committee or the deputy reeve or anything else, then we discussed that written notice of the motion to remove would have to be given 2 weeks notice. So nobody's ever blindsided. They have a chance to defend themselves, but that's only in the case of a councillor. A member at large would not be entitled to written notice or attendance.
So does this go back to council for this decision, or is it it's not from your board, it's from your council?
Council may remove, yeah. So a board could, pass a motion to request council remove a member if they were problematic, and it's has less council representation. But ultimately, if you have the right to appoint them, you're the one with the right to remove them or rescind that appointment.
I guess with that option there, I'm okay with it. I just don't really think it was that necessary, but to change the terms because of how it's operated in the past, it really is irrelevant.
New ground for us.
It's irrelevant. No, we've had members at large on many different.
But we do typically do them a 2-year appointment.
No, they're typically reviewed every year.
Actually, we often will do longer ones like FCSS. We've typically often done a 2-year appointment, and
Waste management and
FCSS though is a board that we're
we have,
representing with other.
no, we have one member at large on FCSS.
Yeah, but it's a board that we're representing with other municipalities too. It's not 100%.
Right, and then yeah, it's mostly boards that have other people. Stettler Public Library is one of them.
Yeah.
We typically have done a 3-year appointment, and that occasionally doesn't line up. I think this last go around we did a 1-year appointment. Or two.
Back into
yeah, it would certainly be nice to standardize a little more, because we do, Michelle and I do a whole lot of research every org meeting, and oftentimes the concept of advertising in advance enough that we would get responses is not happening until far too close to the meeting, and when we realize we need to do it.
Okay, we've got Councillor Gano, Councillor Hunter, Councillor Nyberg, and Councillor Stevens.
I was first, right?
Yep.
Okay. So the way it's currently written regarding ASB, we gave them 1 year. Would we advertise? Is that because there's only 1 year? Because we had, as you recall, we had, I don't know, 12, 13 people quite interested. And myself, I would like to go through that process again. I think that's important rather than just put people on again. I think we should go through that process. That's my,
Yes.
the term is one thing, 1 or 2 years, but because it's new, and I would like to see us advertise again. So the way it's written, what's our intention?
So the nice thing about this is this change, even if we change to 2 years for the members at large, those members at large were only appointed for a 1-year term. So regardless of whether you change this to 2 years or 1 year, their term will expire at the next organizational meeting. So you do have that opportunity that we can advertise again and reach out to some of the people that expressed interest last time. But then moving forward after that, you would be expected to follow the bylaw when you make the appointment. That's the point in time where that's ingrained. So you're not reducing somebody, say you decided to change back from 2 years later on, you wouldn't want that to immediately kick somebody out.
Councillor Hunter?
When do we plan on making this motion of deciding that today, or?
Well, to be part of our procedural bylaw.
Yeah, so like you want to make that today, but like last time we made a real hasty decision on who we picked. We didn't look at all 15 applicants. We didn't read their resumes. No, they weren't.
I don't feel we did adequate.
No.
I think we need to change our whole policy on how we're going to do it for our main boards. Yeah.
And I do like the 1 year to see how things fit, and whatever we both like both. I mean, it's not a big deal. We'll just keep them for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it works. But at least 1 year, I think, gives us a little better options and gives the public maybe some better, or other people, a chance to apply. I don't know. That's just my feeling.
Okay, and then we've got Councillor Nyberg.
Councillor Hunter, are you done? I'm just checking.
He nodded. I think I picked up on him.
And this is fairly new for us with the Ag Service Board. This is our first kick at the cat. I think Reeve Clark had mentioned that it's a kind of a new. So there will be an appointment this fall of the new people, who, however we pick those. To be honest, that was probably the first time in many years that we had that many applicants for one particular position. Typically, we just don't get it. Nobody was that interested. So it showed that there was some interest, which is awesome. We will advertise again. And either whether you go for a 1 year or 2 year term, that is really, it's neither here nor there. It was just thrown out that we would like some consistency. You can still get the consistency if of the whole of council decides that we want to stay with a 2 year, you just reappoint them. It's that simple. So yeah, I'm not worried about either way. If the only concern we're at right now is, I would think the folks that were first time at the table. You felt a lot of it was haste and not sure about what was going on. Your next organizational meeting in October coming up, you will have a much better understanding of how it works and what goes on. So hopefully you don't feel the same way that it is that haste. So it's been a long time since I was the first time at the council, but it is kind of like, oh, now we're here today. Had no idea what some of the appointments meant. So going forward, I think you'll have a better understanding. And I'm good with the 2-year. I'm good with the 1 year. Either or.
Counselor Stevens?
My question was already answered through Al's question, so I'm comfortable. If you got no one else willing, I would be willing to move first reading with the amendment for the doctor recruitment reps being 2.
Okay, do you have a question, Counselor Nyberg?
So I have 2 questions actually, if I could. So the doctor recruitment currently, Reeve Clark and Councillor Stevens have been on there. Reeve Clark by default, basically.
No, the terms of reference for the reconstituted Physician Attraction and Recruitment Committee includes, it's an official appointment. We can appoint any 2 members.
Okay.
It's just that we've just never amended the procedural bylaw to reflect that, because previously that's how it worked. Our chief elected official, as well as the towns, would attend under their sort of ex officio capacity. Of course, all of that has changed in the interim too. So this is just a catch up.
So I guess the question that I'm going to have with this one is, if we didn't appoint Justin and Larry to that last time, did we?
No, we did.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
both by name. Yeah.
Okay, both by name. Okay. So if we were going to do that again, now can we appoint 2 people and still have Reeve Clark's go as a ex officio?
I don't think so.
Okay. No, just that's a clarification, and that was it.
And basically, too, Counselor Nyberg, we have 2 votes at the table.
Right.
On the-
But typically you could still go for
Yeah.
as an information session. And then the second question that I had was, it's escaping me now because I had the doctor recruitment.
It just, it stunned you, didn't it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, I'm having a moment. I'll get it.
With that question answered, though, the first on doctor recruitment, we do have a motion to take it to first reading.
Yeah, and we could change it if
Okay.
What it was.
We'll proceed then.
Yeah.
There's no other questions. Counselor Stevens had put us to first reading. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
That's carried. Then we have, go to second reading. Counselor Walker will take us, or will give a second reading. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
I will take us to third reading.
Counselor Nyberg will take us to third reading. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
And third reading.
I'll make the motion for third reading.
Any questions prior? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
So that's carried. What was the train wreck? Yeah. Well, we heard it. We couldn't see what was happening. Okay, reports. Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 110 of the package. Is there any questions? Wade. Okay, Councilor Gano's got a few.
FCSS grant, 45,000. Just tell me more, give me some context on what that is.
So we fund FCSS on a 80-20 split. We receive 80% of the requisition by grants, and the county puts in the other 20. We get quarterly grants.
Okay, thank you. In the communication section, are we able to add the number of ratepayer requests to our accounts there? Would that be a big effort?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think so. No, we could do that.
we talk regularly about the importance of routing things through there. I think it'd be important to kind of monitor that and trend that.
Okay.
I see, and we talked about it at lunch, waste management, again, been hit with fuel and so on. Who have we involved with trying to come up with solutions? RCMP are there, but I thought of right away, I thought of our staff, protective services, and the presentations that they've done at Meet the Cop or Coffee with the Cop. Have they been at all engaged in trying to come up with solutions? I don't know
Yeah,
what.
they're usually always engaged. I was
Yeah.
actually shocked at the last theft that they weren't the ones responding and the RCMP did. One of the conversations, we've had this conversation for several years now about putting up some fencing. And Andrew actually, because Andrew loves to chart and design stuff.
Yeah.
So he designed an idea where we should do some chain link fence to make it more difficult for people to get in and steal stuff. And Lorraine's been working very hard on this with the insurance adjusters, and they would like us to maybe look at doing some fencing. So probably next week, Lorraine and I will drive up there and take a look and see how practical it is.
It's going to be expensive.
Yeah, it is going to be expensive. That and the new health and safety program, I see the per capita going up substantially.
And the last item I had was the tax assessment session we had.
Mhm.
Do we debrief it all, or what have you, get feedback from council around whether it was worthwhile? Could we do that if I didn't see it in here?
We could add it to a committee of the whole, and we could debrief with council. We definitely debrief with staff the next day.
Okay.
I think on a whole, we were all pretty impressed. I mean, you always hope for that. You want 1,000 people to walk through the door, but they didn't. But we did have, I think most of the people that were there probably had the same concerns as several other people out in the county. And I thought we had a great bunch. I mean, they're upset because they don't understand when you walk them through the process, because taxes are complicated. They are. And you walk them through the process and they seem to understand. Does anyone like the fact that taxes are going up? No, I don't like it either. I think to myself, the one thing that hit home the most was to listen to some of the people who had planned their retirement for years and wanted to be at Buffalo Lake for their retirement, and now finding it almost they can't do it because of the cost. And that's because of the recreation properties, and they drive the market value of the land up.
Yeah, I just think it might be worthwhile. I feel the same.
Yeah.
It's a worthwhile time, but just for future council, even myself in a year when I've forgotten
Yeah.
if it was good or bad, maybe a summary report. I don't know. I think
Yeah.
we should provide input to that.
We can definitely put it on the next cow agenda and just have a
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that in depth. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Councillor Hunter?
One thing I kind of picked up on is I got asked a few times about like the housing, Alberta, the housing authority, why that went up so much. And I don't know if that really got explained to our ratepayers.
Housing Authority.
Oh, the housing authority
Yeah.
requisition. I definitely know I've explained it several times in the grocery store, in Walmart, at the open house. I think on a gravel road, I actually explained it the other night. But I think people are picking up on it. But I think the biggest thing that a lot of people don't understand is that it is a locally funded organization. You look at the perk and the dirk that we get back, and I mean, the county of Stettler was behind that rebate. And that's government, right? Because of the provincial education tax. But the housing authority, we fund it. If we didn't fund it, it wouldn't be here. So there's
I
a
think
difference.
people wondered why it went up so high, and
Yeah, and I explained that, just that they, the explanation I've been using is that when they budgeted for 100% occupancy, which isn't, really a stretch considering that there is such a waiting list for seniors for placement.
then the other thing was the
Yeah.
town-county ratio.
Yeah, the equalized assessment, and that's that was what the formula was, and established, back in the 70s, I think, when the Housing Authority was formed. We did some research on that formula because I think a per capita formula is much more what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Fair, yeah. But the only other county that uses that doesn't use the equalized assessment is Beaver, and they've gone to a population type formula, and I think it's working well for them, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And to that end, I think the pushback you'd get is that we are industry based, right? And I think the conversation is going to have to be had, not only with the housing authority, but with everything that we do. As the oil and gas in this area becomes less and less, there is going to be that fundamental shift of industry can only cover so much of the cost of what we're doing. So in the past, when oil and gas was hot and bothered in this community back in the 70s, it wasn't a problem for us as the county to pay the lion's share of the housing authority, right? Hence the County of Stettler Housing Authority. The name even states that. But as that changes, I think it is worthy of us to have that conversation to say, okay, we're not able to cover this anymore. I think there was a resolution that had gone through RMA about, or some conversation about how funding to housing authorities are being taken care of. There has been in Bill 28 some changes that have been made. I don't know they're 100%. 100% the way that we want them to be yet, but I think there is some coming for sure. But I do think it's important that we remember industry was paying the lion's share of that amount. So, but yeah.
But in saying that, with the declining industry base, that number is just going to increase every year if we maintain the same level of service.
Well, and I think by nature,
It will too.
Mr. Clark, is you're right. We will, as that declining tax base on our part comes, the town and the villages, by seeing this equalized assessment, they're going to start seeing more and more of their percentage of that bill be theirs, right? So, yeah, I'm not sure they quite see this. When we have that conversation with our town partners and our village partners, we keep saying that we're the canary in the mine shaft, saying, listen, when oil and gas dries up, you guys are going to have to start paying more, right? And they're going to go, well, what do you mean? We've been telling them, and when I say we, the number of us at this table have been telling them for the last 5 years that as this is slowly going down, and I still don't think they get it. One of the counselors from the other side said to us, they actually said, well, it's not our problem you can't collect your taxes. It's not how it works. It's a whole different ball. It's not like it is in town. We don't get to seize property. They're not understanding us. And that's my fear. There's going to come up a day when they go, holy crap. So
But
I think it's a conversation we need to have.
But Yvette, you said the other counties, do they use exactly the same formula we're using?
Yeah, I think that's what we found, that it was
Okay,
mostly
that's what
equalized
I was wondering
assessment
if
paying the
different
lion's
point-
share, but
There's one exception.
yeah, except Beaver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when we reached out for the information, I mean, they were feeling the same way as us, right? That with the, the turn down, because with the perk and the dirk, like the education tax, we can apply to the government to get it refunded. But the housing authority, we can't. So when industry doesn't pay that requisition, it comes back the next year, and every ratepayer in the county of Stettler pays that plus their current year. So it really is a burden to, the county of Stettler ratepayers.
I agree completely that the funding should be more a per capita basis. And the logic behind my thinking is if we go on a per capita, that every person, whether they're town, county, or village, has an equal chance of needing senior housing as they age. So matching the financing to the equal chance of utilizing it makes all the sense in the world. I just don't know how we'll get our partners to agree to that, even though I think it's the fairest way to handle it.
Will result in more conversation.
Well,
Councilman Everett?
and to that end, and what I was just getting at, that conversation is going to get a lot easier when the percentage mix right now is highly in their favor. There could become a day, and I'm not saying it's tomorrow, but there could very well become the day that we are the ones that are paying the lesser amount by equalized assessment than our neighbors. And all of a sudden, the conversation will change drastically in that point. So, yeah, we're giving them the option.
Good questions. Any other questions on the CEO report? Councilor Gano?
I'll move that we accept the CAO report.
All the question, all in favor? Councilor Stevens?
Aye.
Councilor Stevens? He must be absent, so carried. Councilor Stevens didn't vote on that. Okay, our financial reports. 11.2.1 year-to-date budget, 11.2.2 bank reconciliations, 11.2.3 payment register, pages 163 to 186. CEO Cassidy?
Mr. Chairman, if I can just point out that Krista was able to add a summary. Was it good? Good.
Thank you for adding that summary page.
Just thought it might be able for you to put your fingers on the information a little quicker.
You have a question? Okay.
I'd move the financial reports.
Okay. Any other questions? So I will call the question. All in favor? That would be carried.
In favor.
Okay. Okay. Counselor fee sheets, page 187 of the package. Counselor Adam?
Being that I still need direction from time to time, I got clarification on my fee sheet in regards to the Canada Day. And I billed 2 half days on that day, one of them being Denelda, and believe, unless you guys can clarify otherwise, I had put mileage as well. It should be 1 full day for the entire day. And I will put to council for direction whether or not mileage for Denelda is applicable.
Counselor Navarre?
So typically what we do, if it's in your ward, you don't charge for it. It's considered part of your prep days, just what we've done in the past. So I think you can bill either a half day or full day for the Stettler parade and mileage. But if it's in your ward, so the Denelda parade would not be one that you would charge for or get mileage for. Typically, that's what we've done in the past. So that makes it tough for Mr. Gano. But yeah, it's one of those ones that.
But we have pancake like that. Those days we also have more than one parade too.
Yeah, no, and that's the case. So I mean, I think you typically can charge for the pancake breakfast, but then you don't charge for the parade, right? So would be the way to go.
You're okay with that, Councilor Adam?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
So to rectify that, Councilor Adam, just to answer your question, the pancake breakfast would be a full day correction, and you would take off the Denelda parade and Denelda mileage on your next fee sheet, just so that you know how to deal with it, right? So you just add it and have it negative on both of those, and that would correct your. And I think if you have if you need help, the vet or someone can help you with that as well, correct?
I should be able to manage
Yeah.
putting negatives in places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Navarre?
With that, just one, I've missed the Ardley Dam that I went to Red Deer. I'll put it on next fee sheet, and with that, I will move those.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
That's carried.
All right, we'll move on to 11.4, Counselor Committee Reports. Was there anything in those reports? There's a number of them. Library was first up. I don't know if I need to go through each one. There's library, actually, that's maybe the only one that's in this package, is it?
No, I think the RCMP. Oh, I
Oh,
guess.
sorry,
Consent, yeah.
Yeah, consent agenda. Sorry, my fault.
That one was actually for the previous month, but I was late putting it in, so that's why it's in this one.
okay. If there's no questions regarding the library report, maybe I have someone move that.
Move for information, even though it's my report.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yep. Counselor Adam, all in favor?
In favor?
Carried. We'll move on. No correspondence that I see. 13 consent agenda items. 13.1 National Police Federation call to action.
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if Mr. Stevens would like to speak to this. He had some discussion with me about it.
I was quite disappointed with this correspondence. I was debating whether it was worthwhile discussing it, but as far as I'm concerned, the RCMP union is starting to overstep their bounds a bit. I think some of their polling is probably off bounds as far as I'm concerned. Having our RCMP union polling about the provincial government is not what I think they should be investing in. Them getting involved in the referendum questions is also, in my mind, out of bounds and not what I anticipate our police force doing. The topic of separation, I don't think they should be getting involved in, and I think they're substantially out of bounds there. When it comes to RCMP satisfaction or rural crime satisfaction in those pollings, I think that's perfectly fair game. But I think this union is missing the mark in the sense that as it stands now, unless the federal government changes course, RCMP community policing will not be an option in 4 to 5 years. And based on this letter that they want us to sign and endorse, they want to eliminate any other option. So right now, with the best information we have, we will not have RCMP as a long-term option. And they are lobbying that we do not look at any alternatives whatsoever. So if we follow their direction, we're going to be waiting until the 11th hour and then be scrambling. And I think that that would be blatantly irresponsible of us. So I'm not happy with their correspondence in the slightest.
Councilor Nyberg?
And I'll be honest, this one didn't hit my radar because it kind of comes to me as white noise. This one was Mr. Stevens had brought to my attention. I do find it actually to be disingenuous and somewhat unprofessional in the sense. One of the things that I've always thought about the RCMP was that they were non-political. If they came to my door, I don't think they had a certain political badge that they wore. And this has stepped into the realm of being into the political badge. And I do find it's in my opinion, I think it's downright disrespectful to the union or to the uniform that they wear that this union has done this actually. So I'm with Mr. Stevens on this. I think it was a faux pas on their part. And I would say that to any of them face to face. I have no problem with that.
Councilor Hunter?
Yeah, maybe we have that chance out at Ocean Sounds, eh? That meet and greet. Will they be there? The RCMP? Yeah.
union representatives will not be.
No, they won't be, but
Our frontline staff, or their frontline staff will be there.
that maybe can clear this up for me. When we had that meeting in Parliament Buildings, I thought we were supposed to get a meeting.
When we met with Minister Ellis,
Yeah,
he talked about it, but he didn't follow up on it. It was just kind of par.
well,
for the
no,
course.
that guy that's sitting closer to me, he said he was gonna live over, like,
Yeah, that was his aide. and-
yeah, no, not his aide.
Was that EA? Maybe it was his
One
EA.
kind of across from me there that
Yeah, I think
lives out by Airdrie or Cochrane, somewhere out there, that he was gonna come out and meet with us.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
No, well, I
Yeah.
thought we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we did too, Mr. Hunter.
When we were talking to Minister Dreeshen at Elnora, maybe you and Clint can help me. He said it was what 2030 that the RCMP was going to give notice that they were not going to do.
Yeah. It was very short time.
Yeah, not going to staff these smaller detachments in Alberta.
That'd be like 4 to 5 years as
Yeah, that's not a long time when
Not
you
a
look
long
at
time.
it.
And I honestly think though, when we're talking like this, Division K, we have opportunities to talk to them. I think probably this time is go back, because that is their leadership, supposed to be the RCMP leadership, and just say if we were backing this, when you have a union message come out like this, it's not looking at what's best for every Albertan or Canadian, it's what's best for the police force. And that's not,
And to clarify, I have ultimate respect for our officers and our members that are here in our community. I think they do a phenomenal job, but I think the union has overstepped that boundary. So
But this comes back from down east, right? Isn't that kind of what Grecian said? Like,
Yeah.
down east and said, so why are we got our own police force. Why are we supporting this police force out in Alberta?
that's
think that's kinda-
that's another political opinion though too, yeah.
That's what Grecian was just saying
I
to
know,
us.
but that's another political
Yeah,
opinion versus.
But I think that's where he said the push was coming from.
Yeah.
But-
Yes, I know we pop went Mr. Stevens, so. Mr. Stevens, counselor.
I was gonna just add a clarification. I know Councillor Nyberg started on this. This is very much a union stance. I do not want this to be taken as a slight against our local RCMP. Much in the same way, if my wife's nursing union took a stance, I would not see that as a motive to go and talk to every nurse I passed. We need to separate the two. One is union leadership, and one is the boots on the ground that we're actually happy with.
And the third part of that is municipal leadership to ensure that we have safeguards in place for our residents. Any other questions, comments on that? Councilor,
receipt for information.
okay, receive for information, call a question, all in favor?
In favor?
And that would be carried. Our other consent agenda items, we're addressing one at a time, Councilor? Yeah. Okay, you betcha. Drumheller RCMP, the Q1 report, which we all have to review and question. Typically, we have a Bashaw report too, which I didn't see this.
Probably Bashaw and Stettler will be in the next pack.
Yeah, they all just come in at different timing. That's all.
13.3, Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors, Reed Township Road 40-4, page 250, which we discussed that earlier, I believe.
Right, and I did receive an email from the Summer Village of White Sands requesting a meeting with council regarding this issue.
Okay, a joint council meeting.
Yes. ICF, I think they,
Oh, yeah, that
Alright,
would be
that-
a narrowed scope. We wouldn't have to
Yeah.
have whole council for ICF.
Yeah.
If that's what they're asking for.
An ICF meeting, and you don't need full council?
Right,
Just
if it's ICF, it should be the ICC, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, which I think is,
If it is, can you confirm, and then we can get back to them regarding
I think I've got it here. I'll just
whichever
look it
group
up.
we have to sit with. Yeah. But we don't need a motion on that, do we?
No, unless you want to request what time of year he'd like the meeting. It's getting pretty full to get a meeting.
And then 13.4 Battle River Watershed Alliance Municipal Funding Request, page 250. That's more of a budget question, is it not?
So we receive this request every year from the Battle River Watershed Alliance. I think once in 20 years we funded them. So I just stuck it on the agenda. White Sands has requested an ICF discussion.
ICF discussion.
Yeah. So that would be the Reeve, the area counselor, which would be Counselor Stevens, and then administration.
Do we need a motion to book that meeting, or we just go ahead and book
Oh,
it?
we can go ahead, I think.
Counselor Stevens?
I was just going to suggest the two most likely topics that they'd bring up are obviously roads and the second being lagoons. So do we have a path forward on the Red Willow Lagoon, or are we better off waiting till we know timelines on that?
Yeah, we're hoping prior to the next council meeting to have the information on the right size, the volumes which we need, and the right sizing of the pipe that we were requested to get, and then hopefully council can make a more informed decision before we go to tender, and then actually have a discussion about usage, I guess, of the Red Willow Lagoon. White Sands is requesting, I think, that we participate with them in applying for the STIP funding because it would be the county that would have to make the application to try and get this road paved. That comes down to council deciding on what the priority of getting, what roads are their priorities for pavement.
My thoughts are we would not want to set up a meeting prior to our next council meeting so that we could have a majority opinion on Lagoon. I don't want, there was some mixed feelings and different opinions, and I do not feel comfortable at this juncture speaking on behalf of council on our direction until we've made one. So,
Well,
and then
our direction, Counselor Stevens, at this point would be as it is right now. And, we are looking at alternatives, but as it is right now, it is still hauling to wherever they are hauling, and until that changes.
And that's why I want to push this ICF meeting off until after we have that Red Willow discussion when staff brings us the up-to-date information. I just as soon not have a meeting to discuss when we can have our next meeting with more information. So I'm sure it's more urgent to them than it is to us. And I feel bad that we're delaying it, but I'd rather have a fruitful conversation later than a unfruitful one now.
I think we would be safe to maybe look at some dates towards the end of September. We should maybe have some answers, but we can leave it till we absolutely definitely have the answer.
I think we'd be pushing, if you want to give them a firm answer on when a person would be, if a person and when a person would be accepting anything into Red Willow, you'll be later than September.
Okay, we will, I'll just tell them that we're waiting for more facts.
Well, as a suggestion, you may ask what their inquiry is about. And if it's to do with the lagoon, we need to push it off. But if it's to do with the road, we can likely have that, where their interest is. I'm not suggesting we have too many meetings here, but
it will be both of those items.
I lost it.
Mr. Stevens, Counselor.
I don't know for a fact that they want to discuss both, but every time we've sat down with them previously, they haven't made inquiries, so it wouldn't surprise me. And then the second item that we should decide as a council, if we're going to explore STIP for upgrading the road, which direction are we going? Because White Sands' preference was going east on 40-4, but previously our council had discussed going west from White Sands. And we would have to know what our preference would be we do have a commitment from a developer to make contributions if we go west. I would hate to accept that contribution, never upgrade the road, and do the exact opposite direction. So I think we need to decide as a council what our preference would be before we make a commitment going the opposite direction.
Yeah, so the email that I received is they want to talk to you about the minister's response, potential regional transportation funding opportunities, including STIP, and opportunities for future collaboration.
Counselor Nyberg?
So, Councillor Stevens proposed the STIP funding to me too as well, but I think it's 100% over prescribed already, and we use a ton of that for bridge funding, do we not?
It's a separate pot, but I have 3 roads that I would like to apply
And
for STIP funding.
I mean, I get where they're coming from, and I understand Mr. Stevens' request that he would like a paved road right to his house.
Mr. Stevens drives
For
up-
the record, that would not be paved to my house. And it would be even more gravel going the alternate cheaper route that I was proposing.
But I get this, but I think the motivation on this one has to be very much that the Village of White Sands has to step up a little bit on this one, right? Our staff, our people work their butts off already and have a number of other, as it were, irons in the fire that we're already working with STIP or for STIP. I'm not sure I want to take the pedal off the foot off the pedal on those other projects to put it into this one, but that one is a council decision.
Yes, that is the council decision, and also a ICF or IC. What was the other?
ICC, the committee.
Yeah.
Committee discussion too. So it would say that to put that meeting off until we have further information. So even if it's a reply to that we feel we do not have the information we need currently.
Right. Can do that.
Okay. And then Battle River Watershed Alliance. So can we accept those last 3 for information?
Aye.
Councillor Hunter? Oh, Councillor Adam had her hand up. Councillor Adam, accept for information. Call the question. All in favor? And that would be carried.
In favor.
The in-camera session 14.1 Railway Connector. And if I could have somebody take us into camera, Councillor Gano.
I'll take us in camera.
Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Are you in favor, Councillor Gano?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter of support to the Oyen Rail Group.
The special areas Oyen Development Corporation.
Special Areas Development Corporation in support of their project. The Oyen.
Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That's carried. Our next meeting, the next regular council meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, August 26th, 2026 at 10. And our committee of the whole will be Monday this week, so. It's supposed to be the first Wednesday of the month. And 1 month it will be the first Wednesday of the month.
September.
If you weren't there.
The agenda, I don't think we have terribly full at this point.
Yeah, we
either.
could cancel it if you want. Yeah,
I
we
keep
don't-
getting it scrapped, so right now I have 0 agenda.
Yeah. 'Cause
Committee of the whole meeting, if everybody's cool with that.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That would be carried. Okay. Well, there is no Monday committee of the whole now.
We're helping you out, Mr. Chair. We got your back. Even though you're going to Callaway Park, because I know what you're going through, buddy.
So now are you willing to
I
donate?
vote, I move we all join him at Callaway
Yeah,
Park.
Oh,
and have
no.
a Committee of
I'd
the
like to go
whole
to Callaway Park.
on the log ride.
I'll give you one last one, Mr. Chair.
Adjournment?
Absolutely.
Okay, call the question, all in favor?